Let me pop out the YouTube chat. There we go. All right, so we are live on both platforms. Oh, I'm gonna do some pho tonight for dinner. All right, let's switch to the right scene. Yeah, pho for dinner sounds good. Let me double check some of this. All right, so the part we left off on. We considered getting some logging going in here. We'll just do the io.put stuff for now. So what I think I want to do here is define the names of the emails in here. So yeah, we can define it as something like Oh, maybe module attributes aren't available elsewhere? No, there's some way of doing something like a constant. I know we're doing it somewhere, right? I don't remember where. Mm. Yeah, so that's how we'll do it. Oh, and that's how we defined it. Ah, that's right. Never mind. We did this part. Yeah, this is a good enough way to do a set of constants. Yeah, okay, so never mind. We got that part. I forgot we did that part. Okay, so now let's look at the list. Let's do the invite stuff. Oh, let's do verify email address ownership. All right, so notification email. Oh, wrong one. Here we go. It's up in this file. And yeah, what's everyone up to today? Like, what are you doing today there, Chaotic? Anything fun? Been busy getting things situated around the house for your kitchen remodel again. Just did it 2 years ago, but now I have to do it again because of a water leak ruining the kitchen. Ooh, that's the worst. Dude, yeah, water leaks are a nightmare. Insurance is covering everything, so at least you're not out of pocket. Oh, that's good. Yeah, it's just a disruption. What's up, GS Volt? It's going well. We're implementing the email sending stuff. We'll see how that goes here in a sec. No, no, definitely not. We're doing a resend, and then we're going to pivot to SendGrid here soon. Yeah, I know better than to run my own email server. We're still using SMTP, but that's it. And I might switch to API. The abstractions we have, it's easy enough to switch to SendGrid's like API version when we need it. So it's not a big deal there. Ooh, you know what I want to do here? Oh, yeah, this will make that part just better. So as we start doing the mailer stuff, all right, so what we want to do then is let's look at the emails themselves. And we should be able to see the props here at the top. Ooh, but we won't. So we just got to do that. So verification code and invited by username. But yeah, what are you up to, GS Volt? Oh, shit. Oh, so we didn't finish that one. Yeah, this is the wrong one. So we got to think about what data we actually want in that one. All right, currently reviewing individual contribution for a Google Summer of Code 2025 project for your team. You aspire to have a visual component to start-stop your client on Linux using a GNOME shell extension. Sounds cool. Okay, nice. Yeah, that's cool. Let's make sure I'm in frame right. Here we go. Okay, so now you're just doing the visual part of it. What's made by Cursor? Are you asking about this project? No. Oh, the contributor may have used Cursor. Yeah, you never know. These days, it's a lot trickier to know. Yeah, what is an Amazon alias? Is it just like your internal Amazon name or something? And hey, what's up, Gek? How you doing? Mr. Sir. Interesting. All right, so let's double check. We got all this running. Yeah, let's look at our hosted emails. Oh, okay. So preview text is the only thing going wrong here. Got it, got it, got it. Okay, so that simplifies it. We actually do have it. Okay, so we actually had it. That's fine. It does mean we're going to need to recompile. I would guess both of you are. Like, I wouldn't expect Hepta to have access to it if he wasn't. You never know. You never know. And what's up, Messijo? What are you up to today? And yeah, I don't know if you heard. You know, I made a bit of a joke yesterday about the music thing when it stopped again. You may have stepped out by then. Yeah, it was simply like the music stopped again. I was like, and let's make sure I get the music going before Messijo chimes in again. Something like that. What are you up to today, though? So we do need to get the app shipped up. Those images are going to be broken until then. But yeah, this I believe is just verification code. Yeah, so technically this is the project we were working on before we started CF Please. CF Please and the library behind it were just something we worked on because I had a bunch of traveling to do. And I didn't want to, like... No, it's fine, Messijo. It's like, it's just funny because it stopped like literally 30 seconds before you asked. Like it had just stopped. That's all. But yeah, CF Please is launched. It may have some bugs still. Let's double check it. Yeah, so it seems to be working. You know, give it a shot. See how you feel about it. Let me know if you run into any bugs. You will need like an empty repo to submit to. I think I ran into something where... Hold on. I think I remembered a bug that I had earlier. Because I do want to show it off to work as well. Yeah, exactly, Messijo. Yep. I mean, were the Zooms recorded? You did show up late. Not here, but there. So, like, I could see that. And I think I need to go here. So it was in real time. I get that, but like you couldn't watch the video after the fact. Oh, okay. So hold on. I have to do this. Ah, yeah, that's a bummer. Well, then it's like necessary information, but you know, then they'd say, "Well, next time be on time," or some BS, right? Well, next time be here the entire stream. I'm kidding. Like that's not reasonable. How dare you not be here every moment of every stream?
Give him an enema.
Okay, so no, let's not get political. Not a bad joke, but yeah, let's not take it that direction here. Okay, so now I just want to verify that this works as expected. If I go to manage, CF, please. Nope, hold on, messed that one up. You just go fix that real quick. Please, Eddie. Yes, I'm making a Who Framed Roger Rabbit reference. I mean, that's fine, Moshiko. It's kind of funny. But yeah, we don't want to take it that direction here. All right, let me just deploy that up real quick. All right, Vercel. Oh, I didn't push. Oh, wait, yeah, I did. Okay, building. Perfect. Yeah, I do want to make sure this works, because I do want to share it with work. All right, looks like it's ready. I know, right? So we go edit access. I'll give it access to some other thing like that. Hit save. Son of a bitch. Okay. So if I do that, save changes, and change the order, well, hold on. Delete, delete. Or hold on, let me refresh again. Delete that one, save changes. So we still need that for testing. Hey, all right, there we go. Cool. And I don't think I need this in my beanie anymore. All right. So then, yeah, I'll wait to share that with the team till tomorrow, maybe Thursday. But yeah, cool. I need to get like a logo and some stuff going in there eventually. Did anyone try their hand at a CF Please logo? Vercel, yeah, they do their own like CI/CD process stuff. Like Vercel, Netlify, Render, all those sites where you basically just push up to your repo and then they handle all the building. They're really nice because you don't have to worry about the infrastructure at all either. In general, if you wanted to do that for Amazon or other things, you'd have to put in some work for it. Let me do this real quick too, one thing. Oh, sorry. How do they subscribe to changes when they don't add any webhooks to repos? I do believe they are doing some kind of webhook thing. I'm pretty sure they are operating on some kind of webhook. Like, here, if we go and do this, GitHub, we'll go to My Settings, we'll go to Applications, and we will see Vercel, right? Configure, right? It'll ask for permissions. So read and write access to repository hooks. So yes, it's listening to some repository hook. Did I fix the DTS issue? Yes. Yeah, the way I ended up doing it was when so I was trying to do it as like a listening process to that repo that changes. But realistically, I can just do the copy from that repo to the other place just fine. Because it's just TS files. So I don't need to worry about the compiled output. So it works. So I just do it when I rebuild my OpenAPI YAML, because that's the time that that data changes anyway. I think the main issue is I didn't want to have to remember two separate things. You were right when you said Control-C, Control-V? Kind of. It was always doing like a move or a copy, but like there's a difference between a bash script copying something and Control-C and Control-V. Right? We just wanted it automated, you know? No matter what, we were doing the same process when we were doing the listener too. Not quite, but yeah. I see what you wrote. No, so the whole point is the files were being copied the entire time, right? That was the original process. So you didn't propose anything new. That's exactly what was happening. The thing we were working out was when to do that. Did we need to do it as a listener, right? Like a file system watcher? Or could I just do it at another time? Like it was always doing that part. So yeah, Messijo. This is the part that gives them like repository hook access. So then, you give them access to the things that they want to listen to, and then they wire up the listeners. So yeah, I'm not sure about their exact, source code or anything like that, but it looks pretty straightforward. Just hire someone from Fiverr. There you go. Hold on, I gotta check on one thing for work. Hiring, wait, VAs? Like voiceover? Veterinary assistant? Virtual assistant. So you're saying our virtual assistant's over? Maybe. I think there were people already doing like virtual assistant stuff automation anyway. Okay. Okay, so back to what we're doing. Sorry, I got sidetracked. I got bronchitis. Ain't no I got time for that. That's such a classic meme. I got bronchitis. Hey, what's up, Codesman? What you up to, Mister Sir? Still playing any of that Dune? I know Ethan gave it a shot. If y'all want to group up or whatever, I'd encourage y'all to Dune. Yeah, I'd encourage y'all to give it a shot. You know, maybe playing as a group is more fun, less buggy. I don't know how it would cut down on bugs, but whatever. Oh, I thought you said you did play it. Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought you said you actually played it. My bad. I misunderstood you when you talked about it before. Exactly, Gek. Yeah, for sure. The bug has to work harder. Yeah, I mean, I've heard there's PvP and all that. Like, basically, it's like Conan Exiles. Yeah, you mentioned a bunch of like breaking bugs. Cool. Yeah, just making sure I remembered that right. Okay, makes sense. Code spent. So yeah, real quick, Abdu, Code spent then said, haven't heard any of the complaints I heard from the people experiencing, and they're on 24/7, so that's a good sign. Okay. And then Abdu, when playing in a group, bugs will make you laugh out loud. Alone, you will be fuming the $60 out. Yeah, that's a good point. Bugs are fun as a group sometimes. I could see that. Oh, and Abdu. Yeah, here's another project that we did. Let me try and remember the name of it now. Cellular Life. For everyone curious, Abdu was asking, what are some projects I worked on stream that I have actually deployed? So this was a fun one. Anyone remember when we did this? Let me pass it to Abdu on the YouTube. No, I mean Cellular Life specifically. See, I enjoy bad movies on my own time as well, though. So yeah, if you guys don't remember Cellular Life, it looks terrible. But this was our attempt at gamifying, uh, Conway's Game of Life. Right? So the idea is you want to see how long you can make this cellular life live for, right? So based upon any of these templates, you could pick one, right? Like C, and you could maybe do this and click start, and this creates a glider, and we can crank the frame rate up. Oh wait, no, that one kills it. Damn, which one creates the glider? All right, well, with one edit, we get 6 steps out of the way. So there's technically 2 scores that you can do. Right? The scores can be the longest it lives or the quickest you kill it with the least amount of edits. So, yeah, if we were to then, I think it was this one. Yes, this turns into a glider. And we'll make it go faster because it takes a little bit. Because we're not involving an infinite canvas, with a finite canvas and no random seed, a Conway's Game of Life will eventually repeat itself. So bam, after 800 steps, we see it repeat itself. The way we do that is actually really fun. So this is built in Rust. We used a framework called Yew, right? Y-E-W, like the tree. And we are taking every frame, which is a 50 by 40 grid, and we're storing that in memory, up to, I believe, 1600 frames. And on every single frame, we are checking for a diff within that frame. And if we get to the end without a diff, we know that we're in a cycle, and that's how long the thing went. This is one of those things that I coded out very naively, right? We're just going cell by cell. We're storing the entire grid. We're not even doing a hash or anything. And we're checking for a diff. And we're able to maintain 60 frames a second pretty solidly. I think I saw someone else maintaining 120. because I think it's based upon your monitor or something. Like, I think we hard coded the 60, but yeah. So, like, pretty cool. React visual, like virtual DOM for detecting loops? No, 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 no. It's not even that. It is way more naive, Abdu. Like, way more naive than that. We just maintain an array, or a vector technically, in memory of all the cells because, you know, a vector of 2000 is the same as a vector of 50 by 40. I think we're actually no, we actually kicked it out to like a 2D vector, right? So it's a vector of vectors. But still, the same basic idea fits. So we iterate through every single cell until we find a diff, and then we can bail out of that frame. But that means at this last step, we were checking all 804 frames before it for a diff, maintaining 60 frames a second. I have clone all over the place. That's the power of something like Wasm and Rust. You can work with real numbers, real booleans, and real data sets where if I was doing the same thing with raw JavaScript, the size in memory would be massive. So yeah, this was like a fun thing we built at one point. And then if we do another one of these, like 42 here, someone found that if we connect these three and we hit start, it goes for a while. But eventually we find equilibrium. Because Conway's Game of Life, without a random seed and with a finite space, will always find equilibrium. So it's kind of fun. Like, it's kind of pretty, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, if someone wants to create like a starter seed, we totally can. So yeah, one thing to remember there, Abdu, is that this is drawn to a canvas. This is not drawn as divs. So I did have to put in the work of randomizing the ebb and flow of each cell, of drawing each circle, the color for that circle based upon the XY coordinates, like all that math happening 60 frames a second or faster. We have 1600 frames in RAM. We're just popping and pulling. And then, bam, by 3200 steps, we find a cycle. Which is pretty cool, right? Like, this is just what I think a lot of people don't realize when it comes to Wasm. You can do all sorts of really crazy, really performance stuff with it. Stuff that you can do naively in Rust that you'd have to, like, we would have had to do the hashing of each frame into like a, you know, like a checksum basically, just to make sure, right? Yeah, when it comes to math, Wasm is really good at this stuff, right? The key is you can stay in the Wasm for most of this, and then you only care about heading out to the DOM to draw the canvas for a very small portion of like the work that has to be done and the data that has to be transferred over the wire between, not over the wire, but over the processes or between the processes is very simple too. Or threads or whatever you want to call them, web workers. So yeah, this was a very, very fun project. This is something that we did back, I want to say 2022? When I did that talk for the Manning Rust conference. Basically, we built this on stream, and then we made our Manning Rust conference talk about building this and about you and introducing it to people. So yeah, that was fun. That was like the biggest talk I'd ever given at that point. Like I had done meetups, and I had actually spoken in front of like 100 people at a meetup, but like I think for the live feed of the Manning Rust conference, there's like 500 people watching or something like that. It was crazy. Like live. So yeah, that was fun. You always thought Wasm adds too much overhead and makes things slower, but then again, you haven't dedicated any time to research it for yourself. The way it becomes slower is depending on how much data you have to transfer over the wire, because you have to serialize and deserialize your JSON structures. So the size of that JSON structure and how often you have to transfer it back and forth between your UI thread, which you can't stop, right, and your background thread that's running the Wasm, those two things, that's where you pay the cost. And you would actually have too much cost in some cases if you're serializing too much data. So it's really about how you do that communication. That's the important aspect of it. Now, the other part where there's too much overhead is maybe the size. So if we go and look at that, hold on. Let's look at the network tab. It is 1.2 megs of resources. If we look at just JS, 30K. We look at just the Wasm, 169K. It's not bad. So wait, what is all of the heavy lifting we got going? Oh, fetching the high scores. So yeah, if we didn't have to fetch the high scores, then yeah, we'd be set. I can't believe that Lambda is still running. That's insane to me. That Lambda is still running. That's kind of funny. Haven't touched it in like 3 years. Lambda's still kicking. Yep. So yeah, if we didn't count that, like the Wasm here, dude, 170K? Yeah, that's too much if you're really, really, really trying to optimize like a marketing website. But for an application, no one's going to sweat over an extra 170K. No one cares. Now, this is not your entire application. This is a very small application. But still, like, I don't know. Wasm is really fucking powerful. And I think a lot of people don't realize how powerful it can be. Yeah, exactly, right? In general, you're going to have images bigger than that. Now, the argument to be made is that images can be loaded in parallel or after the fact, right? Lazy loaded, etc. You can't lazy load your entire application. You can do parts of it with per route bundling, etc. And I believe they've approached that with a lot of the Wasm frameworks, but, we'll see. I haven't messed with a Rust Wasm framework for a while. Okay, sorry. Just had to respond to someone. Okay. So, yeah, back to what we're doing. Sorry. Getting distracted. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Like, Abdu, what are you up to today? Prefer lazy coding to lazy loading. There you go. And hold on, let me double check this. Set and forget, do the ladder, images. That's uptime. Yeah, let's start up. Hold my beer. Yep. Yeah, that's how npm works too. Right? npm just plain works. Now, technically, the auth of Microsoft Identity doesn't, but we could fix that and do a push and call it done. Boom, right? Like all the lambdas just work. Besides the Microsoft Identity one, and that one's a different issue. So yeah, hold on, Abdu. Let me read what you wrote. You're trying to automate Kubernetes cluster creation on your VMware cluster. Not going well with the network you're on because it has a lot of restrictions that you're navigating. Oof. Gotcha. Like, are you working from like a coffee shop or something? Yeah, I ran into some issue where Slack doesn't seem to work on like Alaska Wi-Fi on the airplane, which is good because that'll actually keep me more productive. Like, hammering out some code stuff. Which reminds me, I need to cancel my Alaska Wi-Fi subscription. I don't use it often enough. I'll just pay for it like when I fly each time. Ah, okay, Abdu. So you're saying the network that the VM cluster is on. Got it. Okay. Okay, so yeah, let's continue doing this part. I missed your comment about Postgres. I don't see a comment about Postgres. So it must have gotten held. If it had a link in it, then yeah, YouTube is pretty strict about links. I'm wondering if I can change that. Yeah, yeah. YouTube really hates links. Like you saw how my links weren't even going through when I was trying to show you my projects yesterday, right? Um, yeah, I don't know how to configure the chat to allow links. Um, no, dude, I've had it going too long. Basically, there was a month where I flew. Oh, dude, hold on. There was like 2 months where I flew way too much. I flew last year during like October and November a bunch of times. So October was SquiggleConf, and then I think TwitchCon, and then GitHub Universe at the end. And then after that, I flew to Arizona in November for work. I flew to KubeCon at one point. I flew to um, JS Nation, and then from JS Nation, I flew to Atlanta for Connect Tech, and then from Connect Tech, I flew to Austin for a Get Crackin' Bitbucket event or Atlassian event, and then flew home. So like, dude, like that's 6 flights. Some of them were like just full on, like just start return. So I probably flew like 10 times in that 1 month. So at that point, I was basically paying like half price, but then I keep forgetting to cancel it, so they're getting their money out of me. About Char versus Varchar. Oh, okay. So which one? Right, the text storage. Don't use char n. Field will be padded with spaces. It's probably not what you want. I don't mind being padded with spaces. Interesting. Yeah, to me, I don't know. It's maybe about the difference in storage space versus like indexing. See, I'm still super curious about this. I just don't think that's the case. this seems like a bug. Right? Like, this just seems like bad practice. I don't know. I'm not sure I believe this. Legacy performance, probably. Or legacy, like, compatibility. I still just. I still push back. So I don't care about padding with space. Yeah, data validation happens before we ever insert into the database. Yeah, I just simply disagree with this. Like it has to do a double lookup when it's doing things like indexing. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's specifically when dealing with Postgres. I still don't agree. Right? Like the performance difference was very real at least 10-ish years ago in SQL Server. Yeah, I don't know. I still push back on this. I am really curious about dealing with data at scale in this way. This article says don't use char n. Fixed length, padding on right. So they are not trimmed on read, right? We've been dealing with that bug in the past. Okay, so no padding when inserting the data. Okay. Interesting. All right. All right. Well, I guess I stand corrected. Yeah, I guess the insertion of the extra characters makes sense. I guess I didn't really think about where they come from. So, huh. All right. Right. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to be really curious about this. And I think part of the problem is that nobody really documents these findings. The place where I was shown this or described this pattern was when my mom was doing some like really, really heavy business intelligence queries for Microsoft, right? Like the amount of data, some queries would take days to run, right? Just because of the amount of data in the database. And because it's business intelligence data, you need to act on it as quick as possible. So speeding up the query time was more important than optimizing for storage space. So yeah, I don't know. Interesting. But this is also something that could have changed in the past. Oh man, it's probably been 15 years now. So yeah. All right. Note to self. We could refactor all of our strings. That's easy enough. I think there's still value then in like the normalization of it. Moving varchars out to their own table. Well, I mean, technically all strings are going to be varchars then at that point. So yeah, maybe not worth it. But moving all strings out to their own tables could be worth it. But yeah, let's get back to our templates. Notification single. All right, so content preview is one thing. Team name, invited by username, invited by email. Invite link. This is the end of that album. Let's get another one. Let's do a crunchy one. Oh, and this would be All right, let's keep it consistent. Yeah, go to keywords here might be broken, but we can at least do it for now. All right, so then, yeah, it's going to be events, total events count, extra events count. Events. Okay, so yeah, we got a few of these. I don't know. I disagree. Right? Like, are you really listening to CEOs that run these companies? Oh, I don't know. You're kind of hitting a heuristic here. Are you just trolling? Thank you for the follow, though. All right, so we have events, total events count, extra events count. Yeah, exactly. Right? Don't listen to some CEO. Exactly. Exactly there, Hesse. For sure. Now, that's not to say that it won't get better. But if anything, just look at the Primogen, who I assume you watch because the whole Neovim, by the way, thing, and Tej, and like that whole crew that tried to vibe code a game in a week. Didn't quite work out. They spent more time fixing the bullshit. Did you not see that? They did like a week long 24/7 stream. They did it at that like lighthouse or whatever in LA with BeginBot and all them. So Tej, the Primogen, low level coding. Adam C. Eunice showed up. Oh, you don't know who the Primogen is? Oh, okay, never mind. Wow, that's weird. Yeah, game dev is super hard. Yeah, and AI loses context really easily. Once the project got big enough, the AI kept messing things up. Now, I think there was a little bit of like fun being had there. I think someone was messing with cursor rules. There may have been an imposter in that Among Us group. Prompt skill issues as well. Yeah, I agree. I think there may have been a chaos orb in the group. Yeah. But yeah, interesting. So, Hesse, you're not familiar with the Primogen? That's weird. All right. That's cool. I think he created the Neovim, by the way, memes. Him and Tej. It's possible. I mean, I know it's not the same thing, but he even did like a trip to Brazil. Right? Brazil mentioned. That's another meme. But yeah, nah, no worries. I get it. I got a question. Are you like Spain, or are you like Central or South America Spanish? Argentina. All right, I was just curious. I work for a company called Get Kraken. We do have a Spain office. I do like to hype it up. They're over in Alicante. So, you know, they're always, not always hiring, but they are on a fairly regular basis hiring devs. So I just like to shout it out when people mention they speak Spanish. Let's see if they're hiring right now. At GetKraken, GetKraken is a desktop GUI for Git. We also maintain GitLens in VS Code. We have a web application. We have a CLI tool. It's basically dev tools based around Git, making Git easier to work with. And yes, I use the command line for simple stuff like commit, push, pull, all that stuff. But the moment I need to do something complex, which I don't need to do here on stream much, something like bisecting to figure out where a bug got introduced to try and debug it. Those kind of things. Figuring out which commits to bisect from is really nice to figure out using the commit graph. Thank you, Space Case, for that use case. So yeah, yeah, we make a bunch of stuff. Give it a shot. We have a bunch of like AI stuff too built in. So like you could have it explain a commit. You could have it generate your commit messages. Yeah, it's a cool project. So yeah, give it a shot. Let me know what you think if you run into bugs or whatever. Have any feedback? It's kind of what I'm here for. I work as a developer advocate, so it's kind of my job to chat about it a bit. But yeah, so it looks like we're hiring a senior backend engineer, remote. I'm not sure if they specify where remote. I think they're looking for US based. But this could be anyone here in the US. So if you consider yourself like a senior backend engineer with, ECS, EKS, like, DevOps type experience, give us a shot. Thanks, Essie. I appreciate that. Yeah, I stream 5 days a week, so I'll see you again soon. Whenever. I do take Wednesdays and Sundays off. So yeah, just real quick, if there's any back-end engineers looking for a job, fully remote, I think they do want someone based in the US still. But don't quote me on that, and it doesn't hurt to try. And then it looks like if you're in the Arizona area, we're hiring too. Looks like this one's just more focused on front-endy stuff like TypeScript, React, Electron, Node.js stuff. So yeah, definitely worth checking out if you're in the Arizona area. They are looking for entry level software devs. That's crazy in this day and age. I think it's a little more than entry level. But yeah, check it out if you're out there. All right, so back to what we're building. What we're doing right now is we are just adding a little bit of, not necessarily like type safety, because Elixir doesn't have strong or strict typing. It adds a little bit of type safety. Yeah, the issue people have with Electron in general is the amount of RAM that it consumes. VS Code will sometimes be a bit heavy. Discord can sometimes be a bit heavy. Slack is yelled at much more. You know, the size of the binary is larger too compared to something like Tori. But yeah, no, Electron is still tried and true. Like, there's stuff that you can do with Electron that Tori just doesn't have first party support yet. So then you got to worry about dealing with third party support for those things. And that gets hairy because there's just less people contributing. But okay. So Tori is Rust on the back end, right? But your front end is still just HTML, JavaScript, CSS. So in general, a lot of apps could be ported to Tori from Electron, depending on how much backend logic they have built in. And when we say backend, we mean like local backend, not like remote backend. All right, so let me double check this. We got that part. Extra events count. Extra events count. Total events count. Events itself. Those are the only three top level things. So then and I believe that was Maniac. Yeah, what's up, Maniac? How you doing? Yeah, what you up to? Let's do the shout out thing. Random Linux stuff, maybe some Golang. No, I like saw it and then I just wanted to continue typing what I was doing. No, I saw it in time. It took me a second to respond to it because I wanted to flush out what my brain was doing real quick. All right, so then what goes inside of one of these events? It's going to be author name, platform, created at, content, URL. I already forgot most of it. You wrote a Python wrapper which auto-updates Discord on Linux. Okay. Platform created at. Content URL. And yeah, AI is good at that part. So apparently that doesn't exist. You have to manually install and update it every time there's an update. Yeah, that's annoying. On Windows, they force the update every time you launch it. Interesting. I wasn't aware of that. All right, and then what is in the approaching limit email? Limit label, current amount, limit. So great project. Yeah, exactly. That sounds fun. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, and yeah, this one is no good. Nice. Yeah, that sounds awesome, Maniac. Yeah, looks like Gak would be stoked on using it. Okay. So here for an email, verify email ownership. Okay. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, we're back to Messijo. Yep. Yeah, we're doing the emailing part of things, which is pretty important. And Avatar, what is a good Linux distro to begin your Linux journey? Pretty much Mint or Ubuntu. And Mint is basically like a flavor of Ubuntu. Yeah, I'd say Mint is probably what you need. CF Please is finished. I wouldn't say it's completely finished, but it's finished enough. Like it's live. Yeah, anyone else got any input? Right? If someone's trying to get started with like Linux desktop stuff. And yeah, Alan, YouTube without the music. Yeah. It's generally nice if you want to have like your own music going. And what's up, Brainless? How you doing? You're finally back now that we're doing some Elixir again, huh? I see how it is. I see how it is. Yeah, so someone recommends any Linux based off Debian is a good starter. Started with Ubuntu, used a bunch, had your journey with Arch, and now, but not recommended for beginners. Yeah. And Mr. Demon Wolf. Yeah, I do have a conference app. So this is something we kind of built out. Is this a lo-fi playlist? No. So I play music from Bandcamp. You've been around, you just don't talk that much. Unless we're doing something you're really interested in, right? I get it. Ubuntu has its fair share of haters. Yeah, I'm curious. What do they hate about it? Is it because it's so beginner focused? Because it's all customizable. They hate that it just works, right? Like, yeah, exactly. Okay, so Apple Music stuff. Yeah, so a lot of people are recommending something Ubuntu or, like Mint or, a lot of that stuff. Have at it. But yeah, Mr. Demon Wolf. So this is basically for work. So someone at work could log in and add a conference, and then I would go in later and, like edit like which talks we're proposing, you know? And this is the thing that's like completely built off of GitHub as a backend, right? So GitHub as a database, basically. Yeah, I think that's the right move, right? So spin up a VM and install a couple. So yeah, use VirtualBox, try it out. Yeah, that's totally possible, Avatar. I'm not sure why you'd want to do that, but yeah, I think you can do it. All right, so let's continue building. Aha. So what we want to do is ops.to, ops.subject. And those are the only options we need to send. So to and subject. Yeah, have a good night there, Gek. We'll see you again soon. Yeah, exactly, Maniac. Yeah, get some sleep. All right, so we'll leave that to do. And let's see what happens. Okay, so hold on. One thing. I need to get the API key from Resend. Yep, I haven't created one yet, so let me do that. It just needs sending access. The key name is Messijo sender. The domain is mail.messijo, and we add it. And then I copy it. And then in the back end, I do. It costs channel points to make me do it, though. And no, you will not see me play the bass or the banjo, but I do have the acoustic guitar to the left, or to my left. I play my own songs. They're just some, like, finger-picking songs. I've got, like, 3 that I like to play all the time. Ooh, the nice thing about Resend, they don't show the key when you create it. You can still copy it. They do show part of it on this page, which is not ideal. So I'm going to navigate away from that first. And then here, we do this. We just copy and paste something, or copy something random so I don't accidentally paste a key. The server is up and running now. Yep. So then let's go to the app. I'm going to create a new notification type. Yeah, Mr. Demon Wolf, I'm actually going to migrate off of Resend because their emails per second is super low. It's like 2 emails per second. Whereas with SendGrid, it's 10,000 as far as their rate limiting. All right, so what we'll do is Gorilla Mail. Yeah, exactly there, Brainless. 100,000 points. I must be pretty damn good. No, I just stream a lot. So it's pretty quick to get 100,000 channel points. Like, I'm certain there's some people in chat right now that could redeem it for you. If it was a good time for it. I would request that they don't at the moment. Let's save that for like a Saturday or something. Or a Friday. But they can do whatever they want. I'll honor it either way. Oh, and this will be testing. We'll go email. The email will be that. Do we think it sent? It looks like it did not. And no, questions are fine. Too bad I don't have 14 songs to play. You can make me play an album. I know, right? Or 13 songs with the beanie off. Ooh. There you go. If you just watch streams, you'll catch a day that's way too hot where I don't have the beanie anyway. It will happen. Yeah, so failed to read email template, verify email ownership. ent, which means it didn't find it in the directory we were looking for. So we found the error. It looks like it's up in mailer. Right. Okay. So let's double check this part. I mean, we are vibing and we are coding. I think that is vibe coding. This is just a better version of it. Ah, Prib static email. Ah. So we got an issue there that we'll have to fix. We'll create a new one for now. So I just want to see the email get sent first. Oh, because we've got it as a unique. Okay, so no, we'll fix the delete bug first. Chrome OS Flex runs amazing, but only issue webcam does not work on the 2015s. Interesting. Like a Chrome OS laptop or whatever? Interesting. All right. Oh. So this is it, right? The type ID can't be dumped because it's a different prefix. Yeah, so let's look at that. And I thought we had that working. All right, so here we go. The delete. No, it's a Mac Mini 2015. But no. Is it just Mini? Yeah, there you go. Now we upgraded. Oh boy, did we upgrade. Oh, brainless. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, Mr. Demon Wolf, I bought it just because, like, this Mac Mini I'm expecting to last another 10 years, right? So the last Mac Mini lasted 10 years. I'm hoping this one will too. So I made sure to do some upgrades that I think would be necessary for that to happen, such as 10 gig. Yes, this is a Mac Mini. Yep. It's pretty small. Yeah, it's much smaller than the other. All right, so this is the issue. We're trying to delete by that. Oh. Okay, so we go up to notifications here. So I think one thing is list notifications. Should be up near the top, I think. List notifications by org. Here we go. All right, so getting the notifications. We see N there. All right, let me do a refresh. And yeah, that's where this one's a major bug too. If we look at the network tab in this fetch, we see all three. We'll look at this one, and we see that it is N. Aha. Yeah. Okay, so we're passing, or we're getting the value correctly there. But then when we try to do the delete, oh, it worked. What? I know the exact problem. I know it. I know the issue. I know the issue. What happens is when we do an insert, let me get more music going first. Does Synthwave belong in a museum? We do email. We do that. Oh, God. So that failed us. Why did that one fail us? Ah, yeah, I see what happened there. So then we'll just say testing 2. Sure. Motherfucker. So that's an issue with our data. We go look at PG admin. Okay. All right. So the issue here is that we're trying to insert into the rate limit table, but we have a unique constraint on the value for the email. And this is to prevent someone from creating a notification with an email, sending a verify email, hitting the rate limit by trying to send that email too many times, and then just deleting it and starting over again, right? Because we don't want to have our spam list. We don't want to be spammed, or we don't want to spam users on someone's behalf, right? So what I need to do is do a fetch for this and use that value. Okay, so let me at least add that. Yep, we just uncovered a bunch of bugs. So this is the one right here. All right, so now that we have that documented, let me go pee. Let me dump what's in my beverage glass, because I think we're late enough for a beverage. And I'll be right back. Give me a second. Alrighty. So yeah, you gotta have to fix your friend's M4 as somehow he broke it trying to wipe data off it, so you have to do DFU restore mode. What does that mean? I've never even heard of that. Man, once again, Washington is at a very reasonable temperature right now. It is quite nice. Let me double check this. Oh, yeah. Does look like it gets a little warm next Tuesday. Let's look at the 10-day. Jesus. That ad is something else, huh? All right, all right. It heats up a little bit before my birthday, and then it gets nice and chill again. Okay. I'll take it. I will take it. Monday and Tuesday are gonna suck. A Friday is not going to be too bad. All right, so create verification range or a rate limit. I could increment the counter. I would need the ID to increment the counter. The counter is a column, yeah. So we see ID, org ID, value, count. No, I get it. So we're not actually like checking the rate limit with this part. We do need to check that rate limit. But this part's just about creating that row. So if that row doesn't exist, yeah, we probably do need to check the rate limit in that place. But what I was getting at is if the row doesn't exist, then we need to insert it, right? So it won't necessarily be there. The bug we're running into is because we tried to delete it, and now we're trying to reinsert it, which I haven't tested yet. But this is a good test. And we have the getter right here, which is fine. No, and it's fine, Brainless. No, it's a decent idea. Like reducing the amount of like round trips to the database is always smart. I still think we need to just do a fetch. Right, so then this returns it both. And then here we can just do verification rate limit. minute, limit, rudes. Man. Yeah, I saw Black Sheep in the theater. That movie was good. Limit. All right, so then create notification email. We'll create it, but then here, here we'll just do an if. Ig. All right, so we only send that if the limit is less than 3. Oh, and before I forget about it, right? We're gonna add this to do for now, but this is gonna be refactor char and do bar char, because why not? Did I lose that link already? Don't do this. Postgres. Yeah, so this was news to me. For the size of our database, we are not big data, so I don't think that matters. I think big data concerns may change some of this stuff, but we're not big data, and we probably never will be. And that's okay. But it does mean that we need this. We'll do it after the email stuff, but before the Slack notification support. Okay, so would those be atomic, as in if you send 3 very quick requests picked up by 3 separate processes, would those try to update always the same value and end up generating 3 emails? No. Yeah, so I'd say that is one case where someone could make that a problem. No, because the create would fail because we have the unique index. Right? Like once one gets inserted, the others don't. Right? So this entire thing would fail at the moment we try to create. Right? The first one would create. And maybe that email goes through, but by the time the second one gets there, it tries to create and it's not there. Right? They can send a resend request, but there's a time limit for that. And we show that time limit in the UI. So let me fix this bug real quick. I think technically we did, but I want to do it for SMS too, just in case. I think, like, no, you might be onto something. I'm not saying you're totally wrong. I'm just, let me solve this part first. And we've done data validation before we get to this point. Honestly, it could be any random ID or I like value. This would then maybe get weird. Let's do rate limit value or rate limited value. All right, so then this one, we don't create the rate limit there. Right? We do create the notification first. Yeah. Okay, so we'll call that good. Which means that we should be able to do that again. Let me grab the email we're sending to. Ooh. All right, so we get an error there. Okay, notifications org ID name index. Aha. So it seems to me like maybe something didn't cascade when we tried to delete it. So our delete didn't work. All right, well, delete those, save data changes. Let's try it again. All right, so then this is where I think we have this bug. Yep. All right. So that's the problem there. It's spitting out the N email instead of the N thing. All right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So when we create a notification, created notification, so then here we go created notification, which is the result of. All right, so we get specific notification there. Ah, so it's this merge. Yep. Hmm. How do we? Yeah, brainless. What's the way to like omit a field? Right? Like I know how to do it in like TypeScript. How would I omit a field from a map? Oh, no worries. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I can look it up. Ah, okay. Hey, what's up, Ireal? And yeah, hold on. So, you don't know why, but hearing this music makes you want to grab a Game Boy Color off of eBay and just chill with it on the couch. And yeah, you're talking about that song that was playing a little bit ago? Yeah, for sure. Sonic vibes? That's a good point. All right, so yeah, we need to omit the ID from specific notification, and we should be totally good. So let's try that just to be sure. Now let's delete this just to be extra sure. Son of a bitch. I don't even see how that failed. Oh, because it's the wrong ID. Yep, yep. Yep, yep, yep. Okay, so now if we do it again, let's make sure this works. Yeah, it's fine. We found map.delete, and that's what I was looking for. I just wanted to omit like one field. All right, that created it. Sweet. So now if we delete, good to go. Let's look at resend, even though maybe we messed up. No emails sent. Well, shit. Did he just say whale shit? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so let's go back to the database stuff and let's get some more music going. I pretty much always play these two albums back to back. Because they're just that good. All right, so that's empty. This one should be. That we see two. Okay. Yep. We deleted that one because that's fine. Ice Nine kills. Nice. That is a solid Kurt Vonnegut reference. Yeah, so that email definitely didn't send. So here's what I'll do. We'll delete that one row from the rate limits table just to make it a little easier. What? Ugh. Okay, so if we create it from scratch, this create doesn't actually do it. Are they shown in dev/mailbox? I don't know. I'm not sure. All right, so then this is that part. So if we look at it, ah, but then that's going to break when we try and do it again. So now it's cannot destructure. Yeah, no match right hand side of value. So for some reason our update and our update and create have separate things, which is a little annoying. Oh, but yeah. All right, we see count is 2. We didn't see any errors about sending the email, but I don't think it actually did send the email. Okay, so we would see failed to send or email sent. Or failed to read email template. But we don't see any of those. Huh. All right, so we need to log something better somewhere in here. And yeah, I know it's a little ugly, but I don't mind. So there we try to resend it. The resend is a different endpoint, though. All right, so that one doesn't send either. I mean, because we haven't wired up the resend endpoint. So that makes sense. All right, so we see sending verification email. We're not seeing either of those, though. Something here is up. Yeah, this album's good. This album's real good. So it seems like swoosh is the issue here. Or Mustache is not rendering this. Oh. Hey, Gonky. How you doing, Mr. Sir? And what's up, Vertex? How you doing? We are currently dealing with a slight bug, but what were you up to on your stream? You were doing something about enterprise architecture with Next.js. Okay. Cool. Yeah, like, any specifics you want to share there, Vertex? Welcome everyone from the raid. Appreciate you. How you doing? Yeah, feel free. Give us as much context about what you're actually working on besides just Next.js and, let us know. For everyone, a little bit of context on what we're building. We're building a messaging app. So I believe Project does it. Yeah, we want to listen for keywords from Blue Sky and notify a business when they get tagged or when that word gets used. So in a lot of cases, the brand may not actually get tagged by the user, right? Like mentioned, but they might like do a hashtag or they might just use the word for something like GitLens. And technically, we had that happen recently. So for GitLens, oh, did I break it? Oh, I totally broke it. Oh, compilation error. Oh, yeah, of course. Hold on. Let me get rid of this part because we broke it. Oh, and I know what we did wrong. We actually do want... Hold on. Yeah. Let me get this back to what they were trying to do for us. All right. They'll warn us about it, but this is actually fine. Failed to render. All right, server should compile. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, like one of the things that happened recently was we have this where 12 GitLens features that revolutionized my coding workflow in VS Code. And they did a hashtag of GitLens, but they didn't actually tag GitKraken, the creators of it. So this is precisely like the number one use case for what I think we got going. All right, so you were looking at the Gonki app architecture on stream. It was some enterprise patterns. That was the word. Okay. Patrones's patterns. Okay. And architectures in Next. Cool. So yeah, I'm kind of curious. That sounds really useful. Anyone have any takeaways they want to share? Like what they learned from Gonki about how they do the architecture? So yeah, the basic idea is as a brand, we can create keywords we want to listen for, like Get Kraken or Get Lens. We look at Get Kraken, we see, yep, that's one from Get Kraken itself. That's one from me. Oh, we know him. I don't speak enough Spanish to know what he's saying, but he is tagging Get Kraken. Again, didn't actually tag the brand. Or maybe he did. Maybe that's what this is. But yeah, he's great. He's super cool. Are you guys familiar with this person? Okay, Get Kraken is the tool to work with Git and GitHub without going crazy. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. So yeah, I need to go reply to that at some point. I think we're good on that one. But yes, we're proving out the business value of the app that I'm building right now because I wouldn't have seen this. And I work at GitKraken, so it's something we do need to see. So yeah, this is just awesome. This is super awesome. Yeah, we are realizing in real time the value of the app we're building. I'm really proud of that. The interface is very clear. Has commits, PR visualizer, and resolver for conflicts. Sin dolor de cabeza. I guess without going crazy. That was the part. That was the without going crazy part. Dolor de cabeza is basically the word crazy. Oh, no headaches. Ah, no headaches. Okay. Yeah, loco is crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I took 3 years of Spanish in high school and forgot most of it. But, you know. This is the without going crazy. Yeah. Volverse. See, I didn't know that word. Like, to me, that's different from going. Is this more like without being driven insane? To turn. Okay. Okay. I will admit the future imperative or all the future tenses really get me. Like the going type stuff. But yeah, it seemed like a different root word. That's all. Right? To go is ear, right? Like IR. Do I know Maidu? Vaguely. They've rated us before. They're super cool. Is that him? No, that's a different person, right? Maidu Dev's a different dude. I know I've seen this avatar before, and the name seems really familiar to me, though. So I'm pretty sure we've gotten rated by them, too. Yeah, okay, perfect. Yeah, my dude Dev has definitely rated us before. Yeah. Okay, totally different person. Just double checking. Yeah, for some reason I thought their name was Brian Moore, but yeah, no, they're super cool. Yeah, more Dev. Yeah, or More, or however you pronounce it. Hold on, wait. Did he tag Get Kraken? Dude, yes. We are proving major value with this app. I am so pumped on this. Oh, yeah. We're going to sell subscriptions for dozens of dollars a month. Dozens. Yeah. No. I'm familiar with both, and I'm pretty sure they've both rated us before. Yeah, they're both great. Yep, exactly. All right, so we can mark that as read. So cool. Yeah, everyone joining. That is the thing we're up to. Our back end we are building with Elixir. So if you're from Brazil, you probably know Elixir. Brazil mentioned. But yeah, it's quite nice. It's very fun to use, and we're just running into a slight bug where I think I'm not rendering my mustache template properly. But we need to reproduce the error and double check that. So that's the part you caught us on. Let me just reset some database stuff though. Wait, what did I break this time? Oh, wrong button. Yeah, let's just clear this back out, start fresh again. That was a fantastic album. Okay, so we get that error. It actually creates, though, but oh, God. Yes, it's just art. Yeah, exactly. Good. Ooh, so pretty. It's like, yeah, if we just scroll this, it's like one of those barbershop, like, spinning things, right? Like the spiral thing. It is art. So that's the issue, though. Yeah, we see that the email is there. No clause matching that, though, which means that I don't think it's actually an okay. I think it just comes back as template content. Right? So this mustache render, I think, is good to go. We just need to do that. Yeah. All right. I think we're close. Let me get more music going. Pretty sure that's our issue, right? Like it's not matching just the string, right? So let me just dig down in and see. Um, confirm email ownership was submitted. I'm just trying to see if like any of the interpolated values made it in. Yeah, right. No, we're not going to see it there, but we can delete. This song is just so good. There's something really relaxing about it, but like nice and fast paced still. All right, so then email sent successfully. That remains to be seen. Shit. Pardon my language. Really? Yeah, it may have gotten blocked, but where would it have gotten blocked? Do I need to whitelist the email? You mean on like the end of reset? You think I might still have the local provider in Swoosh? I don't think so, but that's something we can check. Let me double check my config then. I'm doing it at runtime where I'm setting Messijo mailer, and the adapters. May you pen test this? When we launch it, it's not launched yet though. I mean, no, I think it's fine. No, I think that's okay. Right, and their account's old enough, like, yeah. The key is set. We could do a print. Like, we can check some of these things. I'll truncate the value to get, like, the first 5 characters, just to make sure. But these are all good things to double check, for sure. I like that. What I'm wondering is, what's the best way to check that here? We'll do it at the start of send templated email. All right, we'll do an io.inspect. This will be system, not that. Resend key. And yeah, so Mahad, pretty much every language is worth learning, right? Even if you're not going to be a front end dev or working on Node.js, learning a new language gives you like insights into how to work with other languages. Learning Rust made me a better JavaScript TypeScript dev, as an example. Learning Go made me a better Rust TypeScript dev. So just because it's not something you'll use on a regular basis doesn't mean that you can't learn from it. And good ideas are portable. So that's one of the biggest things I want to point out. Like, learning a language is almost always like, yes. Does that mean Haskell? Does that mean COBOL? Sure, if you have the time. The key is then, do you have the time, and could you be spending that time better otherwise? And we don't know your life, so we can't answer that part of it. But in general, learning a new language makes you better with the languages you already know. We had someone complaining about Lua yesterday. I still think their ability to learn and understand and become proficient with Lua will make them a better dev in other things, even if they don't like it. There's still value to learning a new thing, right? If anything, just add some more wrinkles to your brain. And hold on, it's not .trim. I want truncate or slice. We'll just say the first 4 characters. I mean, I'll look right now. I don't mind. Yeah. Totally fine. Oh my god. So hold on. Is your name not Vertex? It's the one I'm seeing, and is it okay if I say it that way? I don't want to necessarily dox it without your permission, but have I been saying your name wrong? Is it okay if I say the name I see in stream? Like in the DM? I just want to ask your permission first. Like, it's basically the same thing. Yeah. So Vortex versus Vertex. Those are two different things, right? Yeah. Okay. Just making sure. Just wanted to double check with you. I don't know. I just wanted to make sure I'm pronouncing it right, and I wasn't. It's Vortex. That's fine. Vertex is like the point on a triangle, right? That is a vertex, right? So when you're building 3D graphics, the points that make up where the triangles connect to other triangles, those are vertexes or vertices. Whereas your name is Vortex, like, when you flush the toilet. So, yeah, dude, don't feel bad. That's fine. I just wanted to make sure I'm saying your name right now. Exactly. Vortex, I could have said like a tornado. I could have said like all sorts of stuff. Vertices and indices. Ooh, there you go. All hot and bothered. I reference the thing that most of us deal with every day. No, because to me, like, the two look like, honestly, if you had done like V3RT3XX, like, it would be obvious it's Vertex, right? Because E is leet speak for, or 3 is leet speak for the letter E. So yeah, I knew that immediately. Like, yeah. I just kind of guessed at the two. And I'm guessing maybe like 23 has relevance to you. I don't know. I'm not sure. But yeah, for sure, man. Happily. I will happily follow you back. Yeah, thank you for the praise, too. Is JavaScript everything you need to build on the front end, or should you learn TypeScript as well? That is a better way to phrase that, Mahad. Technically, yes, JavaScript is all you need. But TypeScript does make a lot of things easier. It makes some things harder. But, yeah, TypeScript will make front end more approachable. You'll do less defensive programming. So when I was writing just pure JavaScript before TypeScript existed, there was a lot of like if blank, if blank, if blank, right? Like checking things before you do something and then bailing out early. I mean, I feel like I could still do this though. I think this will still work. Is it ideal? No. Technically, the dynamic is breaking a little bit, but you know, if it's not there, then we get a you know, an error. That's fine. I don't mind having a crash there. No, it really does. Thank you, Vertex. I appreciate that. I feel like actual coding will become a rare art in the AI era. I disagree. No, I just think we'll get better autocomplete. That's all I need, man. I I just don't see that many people prompting successfully. Right? And the amount of like money spent doing so is insane. And the amount like of money spent trying to understand some code that you didn't write yourself. Just the time and effort. Like, I don't know, man. I don't think so. I think AI is good for some stuff, but it's like it's a much more limited scope than people give it credit for. Right? Like, don't trust the CEO of Anthropic to tell you how good his tool is. He has to do that. That's his fucking job. Right? He has to lie to you to say how amazing his product is. That's their job. It'll be great though one day. Yeah, but when will that day happen? You know? Elon Musk has said full self-driving with no bugs is just right around the corner. No, I don't have an estimate because it's not worth estimating. There's no value in estimating that. Who cares? If I'm right or wrong, it doesn't matter. It'll get here when it gets here. But so many things, the accelerationists will simply be like, you know what? Yep, we got it next week. And then next week comes crickets, right? Because they're all bullshit artists. They're all way more optimistic than they should be. Exactly, Steel Toe. I think an even better way of phrasing that is, and we talked about it the other day, think about accountants. Back before the invention of the calculator, only a few large companies had accounting departments, right? And in those accounting departments, there was a couple people that actually understood the laws and rules of accounting, and the rest were basically number crunchers. They were, they were bookkeepers. There's a very big difference between a bookkeeper and an accountant. With the invention of the calculator, those big companies were able to lay off pretty much all of their bookkeepers and only pay the actual accountants. But you know what that actually freed up? It meant that every company could have an accounting department now. Every company can have an accounting department if it's only one or two people. So what happened? There are more accounting jobs than there have ever been before. Even as we create software to make it easier, stuff like RAMP and all these like software as a service like products, more companies can afford to have accountants now. There are more independent accountants because they can take on multiple clients. So the amount of accountants did not decrease. Was there a year or two? Was there a little bit of upheaval? Maybe. There's a transition period. But it's not going to change anything in the way people think it's going to change because people are really bad at predicting the future. Most people are really bad at predicting the future, besides Gary Bernhardt. He saw the writing on the wall with Wasm. I think that's the biggest thing to recognize. Most people are very, very, very bad at predicting the future. And when I say most, like 99.99999%. Oh, dude, yeah, Via Sanctus. Whenever I have to hop on a call for work while this stream is going, the videos I'm playing are usually his. Right? That birth and death of JavaScript video, that predicted the entire Wasm future that we're seeing play out now. Like, so much so that he might even be, like, dead on balls accurate when we get to 2035. And that's an industry term. He's also, like, a really cool dude as well. The Builder... Wait, so... Hold on, wait. That wasn't Builder.io. Builder.io is a different thing, but Builder AI... Yeah, Builder.io is basically like a WYSIWYG editor, right? And now they got their own AI tool. Sure. But Builder AI is what you're talking about, Abdu. And yes, like, dude, we should have been this, like, healthy skepticism back when Amazon was caught faking it too. Right? Like those Whole Foods stores without cashiers, you just grab something from the shelf and you're done. Yeah. AI in that case stood for an Indian. They had Indians simply watching the cameras. Right? Like, that shit's been going on for a long time. But these are the same people who would have you convinced that, no, this time it's different. This time it's totally different. I call bullshit. Right? Snake oil salesmen didn't go away. They just found other shit to sell. Did Amazon get sued for false advertising? If they did, the most anyone ever saw from it was probably like 10 cents because it was probably a class action. What emote is that? A-liner? Never heard of her. Or them. Never know. So yeah, exactly, iReal. Yep. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just so crazy that we have such a lack of skepticism in society at this point. Like, if you have any bit of skepticism, you're automatically deemed a hater. But anyway, yeah, let's do some of this. So hold on, I don't need to print out the email anymore. It does say sent successfully. Let's try it again. Let me get rid of that one log though. Yeah, we don't need this. That's just going to be a bunch of noise. Before we get too deep, let me delete this rate limiting thing. Deploying code 30 minutes before a demo, brave or dumb. Depends on the code and depends on the demo, I guess. I would say it's a stupid thing to do unless they're fixing something that was totally, completely broken. Aha! So we do see it as nil. So that would be a big part of it. Why are we seeing resend API key as nil? And is that exactly what I had in my config? Resend API key. Yeah. Yes, I'm using pgadmin. Yeah, for sure, Abdu. So here we see local in the main config. No, I get it, Brainless, and we can totally do that. I get it. But what am I missing about this config, right? Messijo mailer. Config, Messijo mailer. And yeah, no worries there, Vortex. I'll pronounce it however you want. Do you prefer Vertex or Vortex? But yeah. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. And yeah, we'll see you again soon. Tomorrow is a day off, but I'll be back on Thursday. You prefer the O? All right. So yeah. Yeah, later, Vortex. Have a good night. And I'll try and remember that. Remind me if I forget. Vertox. There you go. Nailed it. Good job, Fret. Abdu is saying Vortex must be in your same time zone. Possibly. Because Abdu, you're in France. You've said that before. Yeah. 2:31 a.m. think they might have even said they're in Spain, which I think would be on the same time zone as France. All right, so Brainless, what you're saying is in the mailer, I should be doing a system dot, instead of dot get env dot fetch env. Ah, okay. All right, so technically what you're saying is I should do this and then go look. So I'm starting my server with mix phoenix.server though. There's like another way to start the server though, right? Dev.sh. That way I get the IEX. Yeah, so I have a dev.sh that I can do that with. Undefined variable env. So yeah, I've got the interactive thing going. In the shell itself, not the interactive shell? Oh, wait. No. So it's not loaded up that way. It's in a .env file. Oh, hold up. I need the dev. Okay, no, you're onto something. Yeah, we don't even need to worry about that. So, yeah. It doesn't read it automatically. That's why my dev.sh had this source env in it. Yeah. Dude, I forgot all about that command. It has been like 3 or 4 weeks since we touched this project, so I totally forgot about that part. Well, shit. All right, so now I got to go delete that because it showed the entire thing. All right, well, that's fun. Here we go deleting codes again. There we go. Problem solved. But I do need to go do this now. We need to create a new one. We go update the env var. Thanks, Axer. I mean, I've leaked enough keys. Like, dude, I have leaked plenty of keys in my time. Flawless victory. Yeah, yeah. Friendship. Friendship. Yeah. Used to love that game back in the day. I can never remember any of the stuff to actually like do the fatalities in game, like when I'm actually playing someone, but I would go and like look them up and then do that shit. Ultra combo. Ooh, there you go, Fret. Yeah, for sure. Have you seen the documentary? The Killer Instinct documentary is really good. There's a bit where they talk about like why that game was so loud, and it's genius. So in arcades, normally when a new arcade machine is set up, the person setting it up, the owner of the arcade or a technician, will play the game to set like a volume level compared to the rest of the games, right? So they'll play the game a bit and then maybe adjust the volume level and, you know, whatever. And this doesn't spoil any of the rest of it. This is just like such a fun little tidbit. Well, they knew this, right? Like the creators of Killer Instinct knew that that's how it worked when you were setting up an arcade cabinet inside of an arcade, right? So what they did is they simply made each successive like combo announcement 3 decibels louder. Which, if you're not aware, 3 decibels is technically twice as loud because the decibel system is on a logarithmic curve, right? Which means you're doubling up to like the final level, which is maybe like 8 levels deep. So you are so much louder than the original level. Now, one thing to remember is that 3 decibels is technically twice as loud. 6 decibels is louder by human perception. Or twice as loud by human perception. Yeah, no worries, Haxer. Yeah, I think there's a lot to learn. And I don't remember if they mentioned the doubling of volume thing, but yeah, it's really cool. But they knew that like the technician setting up the game would never hit an ultra combo, right? They would hit maybe a super combo if they're lucky. So they'd fine tune it to that volume, and then bam, ultra combos like at least 3 or 4 levels above it. So then when you're in the arcade playing the game, you hear this thing and you're like, well, now I got to check out what the hell that was. And that's why you'd get like crowds around the game while people were playing it. Like at busy arcades. It's really cool. Like, I don't know. Some of this like game lore is really fun. All right. So what I think we're good to go. So we'll delete that. Let me double check it for you. Fight On is the name of it. Yeah, that one's really good. There's also another, and keep in mind that one's really good for at least the first half. The second half feels like basically just a pitch for whatever the latest Killer Instinct game was that they were like building. So the first half, gonna blow your mind. The second half is, you know, I'll let you decide when you want to tap out. There's a couple other really good ones too. When gamers broke or we can just do Ultima Online ecology. Here it is. How gamers killed Ultima Online's virtual ecology. And in this, you also learn where scaling databases, right? Each node in like a database network is a shard of that network. Ultima Online coined that term because they wanted an in-universe reason for having multiple servers, because they knew that it was going to hit a level of scale that they couldn't handle on a single server, and latency and all sorts of other things. So database sharding, that term comes from Ultima Online. Pretty cool stuff. Like, yeah, there's so many things that games had to accomplish before the web caught up. Yeah, exactly, Hexer. It's crazy. It's like really crazy. Yeah, mind blown. In the game, in the previous Ultima game, before Ultima Online happened, and if you watch the video, you'll see it, but it's not even like the important part of the video. It's a thing he says offhand, just like for a minute, you know? But yes, in the game previous to it, there was Mondane, who had the Crystal of Life, or something like that. And when you beat him at the end of the previous Ultima game, they retconned it to where he dropped the Crystal of Life, or Life Crystal, or whatever they called it. And it shattered into all of these shards of that crystal, and that became the multiverse, which then allowed them to have multiple servers. It's really cool. Like, dude, I love the game Ultima Online. It is super fun. Or it was super fun. I remember being in school thinking about, like, how could I mine more efficiently? How could I, like, you know, could I set up a macro to, like, go along certain ranges for using my pickaxe? Totally. So Fret, yeah, Ultima Online is widely credited as the first MMO. Technically, there were multi-user dungeons, but Ultima Online is the first one that had to solve that stuff at such a crazy scale, right? Like massively multiplayer online versus just multiplayer. EverQuest followed pretty closely behind, but Ultima was the first. All right, let me double check. We did delete that record, yeah? Nope, we did not. Let's delete it. All right, moment of truth. Will it blend? That is definitely an invalid email. Shit. Hold on. Oops. Well, at least we know our validator works. It said email sent successfully. Is there an Ultima Online New Legacy? I hadn't heard of that. Oh. There are private servers that exist. Ah, shit. Oh, no. This has not been updated in ages. Nah, no. Well, maybe. No, this does look new. This does look new. Yeah, no, this is new. Okay. Well, how do I get it? Play for free now? Really? Well, I think I know what I'm doing tonight. I didn't know they were operating like an official server. Because there are free to play private servers as well. The one that I've played on was UO Excelsior. I know that escalated quickly. Yeah, this is the one I've played before. Ooh, and it's taking a long time to load. Are they done? Are they down? Oh, I can't grow a beard, so we're good. Totally good. Yeah, so I've played UOEX, which I really liked. But it feels a bit like a ghost town. So yeah, I'd have to like look into some of the other stuff. I can't believe this is an EA game. I forgot. Yeah, they bought Origin. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out. Yeah. I mean, I think we gotta try it. Pretty sure we gotta try it. I know, EA. Did someone step in some poop? Nope, someone said the word EA. I know, right? They used to be the chosen one. Dude, NBA Live 95 was such a classic, dude. Oh, yeah, man. They took what was just amazing and they just shit all over it. Never go public as a business. You lose all control. All right, so we know that the get env thing is working, but we didn't get an email to send via resend. They never paid the guy for it? Oh my god. It's in the game. Like, dude, it's so iconic. God, way to be just the worst, EA. All right, so yeah, the email definitely didn't go through, which is another problem. We see email sent successfully, though. So we're getting to the deliver stage. Not gonna lie, I was hoping this would actually be working by now. What the hell, dude? What the hell, dude? So wait, we see email response. Hmm. Really? It's not a bad guess there, Marvel. If you're wrong, how dare you? I'm kidding. We'll give it another try. Okay. No, it isn't there. Real or what up, Aguilar? How you doing? Could it be a permission issue? Maybe. Let's at least give it some time. I mean, the email didn't get delivered. But yeah, it is Dorama Sands, actually. Come on, check it out. It's even better than that. Dorama Sands. They have an official Elixir client? Oh, really? Oh. Oh. And hold on. How do I pronounce your name? Is it Reik? Reek? Maybe just Rye? What up, Rye? Catcher in the Rye? Does email sending work for every notification? So what do you mean by that, ACM? Like, no, like, none of the emails are sent because that's exactly what we're wiring up. Okay, I'll just say Rye. If that's okay. Sure. I could try and remember Raphael. If you want. You might have to remind me just like once or twice, but I got a pretty good memory. I haven't had too many whiskeys yet. Yet. Okay, so ACM. Technically, this like verified status, it's a fake verified status. There you go, there, Fred. No worries, man. Yeah. So this is the part. Solid, Fret. Solid. Okay, now I get it. Yeah, yeah. Now I get the reference. That's a solid reference. The first one, Pitch Black, was amazing. The second one was only forgiven because it had Carl Urban in it. The third one was amazing. Dude, the third one is super good. I really like. I think the third one's the best in the series. I just think Pitch Black is really good because it allowed the third one to happen. Now, I've heard the video game, like Escape from Butcher Bay, is really good too. Like the lore of that universe is nice. The second one's just a bit campy. Durham Sands instead of Drama Sands. There you go. Side effects may include. Side may effects include. Totally different. There you go. Yes. Occasional whiskey. All right, so we could switch to the official SDK. I think that'd be fine. The problem is, I'm going to want to switch back to Swoosh for SendGrid. Yeah, Jaeger's one of those ones I overdid when I was younger, so I can't drink it anymore. I can't drink Jaeger, vodka, or rum anymore. I ruined those for myself. Technically, vodka I could probably do with a mixer. No way I could do it straight. Never gonna happen. But yeah, I can't do Jaeger, can't do rum. I can't even do rum with a mixer. As like a young snowboard bum, I overdid it a lot. As an older ex-snowboard bum, I overdo it a lot. If I'm being honest. I know, I need to like dial it back. But I don't know. I got a family to look out for. Significant other to dial it down for. So just, live my life, enjoy it. Why not? Yeah, the problem is we're not going to use resend forever. We're actually planning on pivoting away from resend. But using the SMTP provider could be part of our problem. Yeah. We don't want to get too dark with the jokes. That was, partially my fault. It's no stress. Here's my next thought. God, the thing is, we're getting ID as part of the email response. How do we check to see what driver or what adapter we're using? So swoosh debug. So yeah, reading that. What's crazy is in the old PHP days, you never had email issues during development. Good frameworks just always had this stuff right. Or this shit right. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing though. We're not doing it just for dev. If we wanted to do it just for dev, we could make it work. We could totally make it work. But what we're trying to do is set up email for production while testing locally. Right? And that's just a totally different beast. No, we're not pivoting our infrastructure that far. And I pretty much refuse to use Firebase. I know Firebase is more than just Firestore at this point. So it's different from what I remember Firebase as just being. Firebase is more of a platform in and of itself. I consider Firebase to basically be like Amplify on AWS. Another thing I refuse to use. I refuse. You can't make me. There's basically nothing Amplify does right. It's like a sum of mediocre efforts. Or not mediocre effort, but like mediocre results. If everything is mediocre, well, then you're successfully mediocre with a deployment with it. But none of it's actually as good as you want it. I fundamentally hate Amplify. I fundamentally hate most of Firebase. I think Cloud Functions are a great idea, but I'd just use AWS Lambda if I care about that. But we're not going that route because that's the whole point of a third-party provider like SendGrid or whatever, right? If we really, really wanted to just use something like Core, we wouldn't use a Cloud Function. We'd use SES on AWS, which is what Resend is wrapping anyway, because we saw that in their like domain credential stuff. Resend is just a wrapper around SES. So we'll pivot to SendGrid, and then we'll properly pivot to SES. We're literally using Resend. That is literally what we're using right now. No, the problem with Resend is 2 emails per second. Gross. I don't understand how any real significant service can build on top of Resend with constraints like that. That's gross. Now, what we want to do is just debug what adapter we're using. No, DiDev. That is the worst advice ever. Running your own email service on your own Linux BSD box or whatever. Yes, I see the /s, but if people don't realize, no, you can't do that anymore. You can do that if you don't care about people actually receiving the emails you send. I wouldn't recommend it. Right. You're back with food? Ooh, what food you got? Just salmon, you were feeling lazy? And yeah, hold on. You're in Argentina, correct? Do they do like is it fresh salmon or is it like farmed salmon? I do remember we got a lot of really good like farmed salmon from I believe it was Chile. Okay, yeah. Okay, so wait, you're in Chile, right? Yeah, some of the best farmed fish we got at the restaurant I worked at when I was in my like snowboarding career, it was all like Chilean. Like our tilapia and our salmon, a lot of it came from down there. Yeah. Didev's lazy meal is a bag of Cheetos, right? So we all define lazy different ways. Okay, you just went to the fridge. Ah, touche. Yeah, I tend to stock up on smoked salmon when Costco gets a bunch. In fact, I'm pretty sure I have some in my pantry right now. That'd be a solid meal for when it starts heating up. Am I the only person that like picks the meal they eat based on the temperature that day? Like I don't like eating a hot meal on a hot day. Like if it's 100 degrees out, dude, I want something cold, you know? Like a just a like a sub sandwich or something or shrimp cocktail or like just all sorts of stuff. Little caviar? I mean, caviar, you just open the tin and shovel it in your mouth. Problem solved. It's been 87 to 90s in the Midwest. It's been rough trying to cook. Yeah, exactly. See, I am a bit of a picky eater, but some days I totally just go garbage food. Today, I'm doing some like Costco has these like it's like an instant pho or whatever. It's like a pho thing that has the noodles, the seasoning, and like a bit of like veggies you sprinkle on. I've got some beef in my from my freezer that I'm thawing in my fridge in like a bowl of water, and it will be perfect to just like pull that out, pat it down, sear it in a pan, and then slice it up and throw it in some pho. Right? So the pho is instant, the beef is legit. Where's the beef? It'll be in my belly. It's actually one of my favorite, like, easy meals. It's still, like, authentic beef and delicious, and you only gotta, like, sear it on the outside to kill bacteria and all that, and then, like, let it be, like, super rare, and then you just throw that into the pho, and the pho can, like, finishes, like, The pho finishes cooking it, right? So it goes from like super rare to, like edible. Yeah, that's one of my favorite like super easy meals. I haven't done tacos in a little bit. Hmm. All right, so real quick. And let me read you what you got. Fruit smoothies, ice cold, veggies, beer. For what it's worth, you would eat at my restaurant if I had one because that sounds awesome. Yeah, honestly, I've thought about like what would it be like to operate a restaurant? That'd be super fun, right? Like, but dude, that's something you only do if you have more money than you know what to do with because restaurants are a losing business in general. I actually think a Big Mario's would fucking kill it here in Redmond, especially if you like allowed pizzas to be picked up by DoorDash until 2 a.m. like they do at Big Mario's. Like, I almost want to reach out to the owners and see if I can franchise it in some way. And honestly, that's like their moneymaker. They could just start franchising Big Mario's and kill it. All right, so yeah, let me go use the restroom. I just we see that we're getting a proper response, and I don't see a way from Swoosh to log out what adapter we have. And they have a bunch of like APIs we could hook up. We could switch to Resend's official API, like their official client, but then it defeats the purpose because I want to switch back to Swoosh Adapter SendGrid because SendGrid definitely doesn't have an Elixir client, right? Like I would assume so. Yeah, I do think this is part of it. You know what? Yeah, I think swoosh might be doing something. So yeah, I want to log what adapter we're seeing, because I bet the swoosh adapter will always respond that way. What's up, Lithium? How you doing? And yeah, how goes your work expedition? Still dealing with a lot of like calls, which is a good thing. Like, are we looking at the next principal dev at the company you work at? I feel like you might have said at one point, but I don't want to dox it. So yeah, no worries. So yeah, that's good, man. Happy for you. Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah. You want to get to staff first. That's right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, man, just jump ahead. The next principle, right? Positive thoughts. Come on. Significant affirmations. Oh, you want to get to senior staff. Oh, so you got to go staff, then senior staff, then principal? I get it. Okay, okay. But with each one is a major pay bump, so who gives a shit? Whatever they want to call it, get that money. Yeah, that's awesome, man. I really do feel like I could get a staff role, I think. Jesus. Are you at Netflix? That's not the company I thought you were at. Let me put it that way. That sounds like some Netflix shit. No, no, I know. We've looked. What you're talking about is like full compensation, not salary. Yeah, yeah, no stress. Don't dox yourself. Don't do any of that. I do have to go use the restroom though, so give me a sec. I know, right? Like, holy shit, man. But, you know, you stay at a company long enough, you can vest that stock and then you're set. All right, do the acorn thing. But let me go pee, let me go pour some more water, and I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Okay. And I am back. Sorry about that. Elixir looks so good to you. Yeah. I mean, atoms are a double-edged sword because there is a limit to them. Do I have that open right now? No. It's... Oh, it is dev dashboard. Okay. Yeah, so there is a limit to the amount of atoms that you're able to actually have. It's fine, Lithium. I think that's a pretty obvious joke. I get it. Yeah, no, Crystal seems nice. It's just every language needs to be weighed against the ecosystem around it. And Crystal basically, like, just hasn't crystallized in that way. No, it's fine, Lithium. Don't worry about it, man. You're good. Thank you for chilling. And yes, you could make a framework called Meth. Right? So you build a crystal framework called Meth, obviously. It stands for method, right? Like the band, the Crystal Method. If you wanted to be less edgy, you could just name it Method. Yeah, then you'd be really cooking. Your ORM could be called Heisenberg. You could name your logging library Jesse. Honestly, it's worth it for the memes. Ziploc is your package manager. Like, yeah, totally. Spoon is the scaffolding solution. There you go. Yeah, that's a different language. But hold on. Fret. Yeah, hold on. Regulars. I see what you said. me.th. What country is the th thing? Thailand. Oh, there you go. That makes sense. But yeah, atoms are cool. Yeah, dude, Phoenix is great. I would say you can skip live view. But no, it's fine. If you like that, I get it. I get it. You got to jump into a meeting? Dude, it's late. What are you doing hopping into a meeting this late? I get it. Going after that promotion. Promotion-driven development. So now we know you work at Google, obviously. And I don't actually remember where you work, so that's not doxing you. That's just maybe a good or a bad guess. Just when I hear promotion-driven development, I think Google. That's why Google has killed so many projects, because all those projects were promotion-driven development. Yeah, there's just a difference, though, Didev, right? Like, there isn't a killed by Amazon. No, they just keep everything in AWS. So someone might create a product in AWS, and it just lives there forever now. You know, like, that's the big difference between Google and Amazon. And I would say Google is more of like a product company than Amazon. You wish Flash was still around? Sure, man. Blame Adobe. They could keep it going. They could totally keep it going. It feels like Adobe has always been evil in some sense. You're not wrong. Yeah, you're not wrong. All right, so real quick, here's the problem I have with Elixir. There's like no discoverability, right? I can't just type, swoosh dot. Well, I mean, there is a little bit of discoverability, actually. I don't think info is going to do it. No, and like I could look at the entire code on GitHub too. But the problem I have is that like if you have a like strictly typed language, you can just type a thing and hit dot and see everything that's possible, You just don't get that with Elixir. I consider that, part of the problem. No, and I get it. Like, there is a dot, right? So there's a little bit there. It's not that much, though. So now it's probably like swoosh.mailer, which wasn't in that list, right? Right? Like, that's the point. Oh, I guess mailer was in that list. Okay, never mind. I missed it. No, so there is a bit more. So, Brainless, how would you try and look up what adapter is configured? Is it just info? Like, I don't even know what info is for. I don't think info is what I want. Module info? Maybe? Maybe module info? Yeah, that's what I'm like wondering. Like, how do I verify all these things, right? Like, it should be the thing in runtime. I totally get that. But the thing at runtime says my stuff's being sent, but it doesn't feel like it's being sent. We can go look at their source code. That could be a thing. I do kind of want to look at their source code. Are they building this based off of... Okay, hold on. Huh. So Haxer, yes, I could do io.inspect of anything I want. Sure. That's the thing. Oh. So instead of local, Let me just try that. Expected relay to be set. Yeah, it seems like the runtime part isn't working right. Like, relay is set there for sure. So if I set SMTP in my config, the other stuff should have worked then, right? Oh, is that the thing? Because if we look at their docs for resend, they actually say that your prod should define the adapter, and then your runtime should define the key. Right? So, like, shouldn't these things override each other? Or does prod have a different set of semantics? To me, that seems like it should work. But, yeah, so we comment that out. Let's get the server back running. It does connect and do its thing. Key adapter not found in. I feel like runtime's not being run. Oh, it checks for if it's prod. Oh, you're totally right. Dude, you're totally right. Oh my god. That was it. Which means, like, all this shit breaks. Okay. Well, that definitely helps. I think if we just put it outside that block, yeah, you were right. It was right there. It was just, I wasn't seeing it. Yeah, just move it outside that block and we're good. God, that's annoying. I feel like this has gotten me more than once. I feel like there are bugs that we've solved that that was actually the problem. Back again. Vortex is back. Tell a friend. I think that's the lyric, right? Will the real Vortex please stand up? Insomnia hits hard. Yes, I can't pretend to know what proper insomnia feels like, but in general, try and do some exercise and then time your heart rate like slowing with your falling asleep. Right? Like, make yourself properly exhausted. Yeah, no worries there, Brandless. I do think, yeah, get some proper exercise real quick, Vortex, and just like time that like the downward curve of like active to inactive. It won't help if you're constantly like thinking about something. That was like a trick I had to teach myself a long time ago. When like my brain just won't stop like firing, I gotta focus on nothingness. And I know that sounds tricky. Like, how do you focus on nothingness? You gotta find your own techniques for it. Another big part of not being able to sleep is like your body temperature. Is it too hot where you're at right now? Because that's a big part of like me not being able to sleep, at least. It's too hot. Okay, so Vortex, windows open, I get that, but make sure you got a wind, like a fan blowing on you or something. But you know, like I know Theo's a big fan of like the 8 sleep or whatever. That shit costs like $3,000 or whatever. No, this like Adamson, dude, yeah, this Adamson B10 or whatever. Cheap as fuck. Right? Compared to an 8 sleep, so cheap. Is it perfect? Hell no. But it works. It's actually pretty good. The main thing it does is it circulates water underneath you, which prevents your body heat from like heating up the mattress underneath you. And because heat rises, like you heating up the mattress really fucks with you. No job, I get it. Yeah. But dude, $130 is super cheap. Right? You refill the water every other day. Like every day, technically, just depending. But it also does this like ionized like output that, dude, when I turn on that ionization, my dreams are insane. No, I get it. You're still really young. That's fine. Yeah, no stress. All I'm saying is get yourself a job. This is the cheapest thing you could do to maybe try and get a better night's sleep, to like regulate your body temp and all that. But yeah, you know, if it's not something you can do right now, I totally get it. But man, right? Like Theo was complaining about how the app wouldn't let him like change the temperature on his fucking 8 sleep. Adamson doesn't have an app. It has this bullshit controller. Or you just go press the buttons on it. Like, dude. Yeah, man. I don't want a cloud-connected bed. No, thank you. I'm good on it. I don't need the fucking app. I know if I slept well. I don't need an app to tell me if I slept well. I'll wake up and know. It ranges the gamut here in chat. But yeah, like, I'm not kidding, man. Like, dude, $130, maybe not through AliExpress because I don't trust them, but like for $200, pretty solid. Like, pretty solid. 200 compared to what an 8 sleep costs? Like, dude. How much is an 8 sleep? The Pod 5 Ultra. Ultra! Oh, God, I don't want to deal with that. Just let me look at the price, you jerks. $4 fucking grand! Oh, my God, dude. Yeah, fuck that. Nope. 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 Dude, I'm not made of money. It used to be only $2 grand. Now, granted, it's probably better than what I got. $200 off. It's, dude, you're losing money by not buying it right now. $500. So hold on, Vertex. This isn't even the bed. You still need a bed. You still need a mattress. This is a thing that goes on top of the bed to keep you a reasonable temperature. Yeah, freaking pad is more expensive than the mattress. Right? Like, dude. No, they are amazing. Yeah, every single person I know that has one of these swears by it. But, hold on, Strawberry and anyone else who might have just gotten here, you can get the poor man's version. And it's not perfect. Like, if you go to bed dehydrated, you will wake up with, like, the indentations of the fucking, like, tubes in the pad in your body. And you'll see it like a fake tattoo in your mirror when you go to take a shower. Right? For sure. It's not perfect. But the thing I got is only $200. Like, holy shit, dude. Like, this Adamson B10. It's only $200. Yeah. It's the Temu version. But you know what? It fucking works. It fucking works. I'm just trying to swear loud enough that these kids go away. I have the B10. It works. It works. Like I just said, like, you will feel some of the tubes underneath and everything, but it will circulate your body heat away from the mattress in a way that your mattress isn't, like, cooking you. Like, I don't know about anyone else, but you toss and turn at night just to get off of the fucking hot spot of the mattress, right? That's what these water coolers are for. Right? You get it, like, pushed up to the part of your bed where your, like, pillow's on it. And yeah, your arm under the pillow is perfect, right? Like, your arm's nice and chilled, right? You can flip the mattress and you're good. So yeah, no, like, I'm not making any money off this. I don't have a referral code for an Adamson. I will say it's not perfect and you got to refill the water like every fucking day. But you know what? For $200 compared to fucking $5 grand to get a better night's sleep, yeah, nah, totally worth it. Now, I'll let you know how it is when it's 100 degrees outside, 90 at night. I got a fan on me, just a sheet. Yeah, no, so this thing, it's all water cooling, right? So you pour in water. If you don't have the ionization going, then the water lasts longer, but the ionization is actually nice. Like, the ionization, I swear, when that shit's on, I have the best dreams. Like, they're amazing. They're amazing. All right, let me get more music going now. What up? Cups to go. Yeah, after you pay the $6,000, you still got to pay a fucking subscription, right? And then you still got to deal with an app that goes down, you know? Drake's bed is 400K. Does that mean it comes with like trafficked minors? A minor. I don't even listen to Kendrick, but I've heard that lyric too many times. Yeah, I can't stand Kendrick's like voice. His fucking rhymes are amazing. Oh my god, Kendrick's rhymes are so good. I don't like the voice. And I'm not a big fan of his beats. His beats are very lackluster. I'm like a 2000s hip hop kid. Technically, I like other stuff more, but like when it comes to rap or hip hop, dude, 2000s fucking like Quantum Project, right? Black Alicious, Talib Kweli, like, oh, all that shit. Yeah, yeah, give me that. Like, I can't get down with modern fucking rap. Give me that fucking mid 2000s hibbity hop. Right? Jurassic 5, like all that stuff. Ooh, give me that. And oh, what's up, X Factor? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Damn, it's already 7 p.m. All right, we're good. We're good. We got time. I do have some blog post stuff to write for work. I got video editing to do, but the blog post takes precedence now. But yeah, anyway. And yeah, hold on, Haxer, if you're curious, all I did was, the joke I made was, oh, Drake paid 400K for a bed. Does it come with underage women? A minor. And that was the joke. Right? Referencing the Kendrick lyric. That's a solid emote. The chest brow one. I know. It's harsher than it should have been. We don't want to dig too deep into that topic because that topic's gross. Does it come with a skibbity toilet? There you go. Yeah, Vertex. You mentioned you're like 18, right? So, right on point. Nailed it. You fucking Zoomers. In the best way. In the nicest way, you fucking Zoomer. Yeah, every single person I know that has an 8 sleep swears by it. So, yeah. Hand-stitched sheets. No, I'm not getting an 8 sleep. Right? No, dude. I own an Adamson B10. So while people are fucking eating caviar on their 8 sleeps, I'm eating sardines on my Adamson B10. Tomato. Just kidding. Can you imagine like opening a tin of sardines and spilling even a little bit of oil on your bed? You'd never get rid of that smell. You'd never get rid of that smell. Do not eat sardines in bed. I totally have it. Yeah, no, absolutely. I like it. I haven't had to turn it on for the past couple weeks. We did get super hot for like a couple days, and I turned it on, and dude, I had some of the best dreams I've had in ages because they have this like thing where you press a button and it does like the ionization of the water or whatever. And like, dude, the best dreams I've had in the past year were because of the ionization of like the shit they're pumping out. Like, dude, I like it. Now, I pointed out, I mentioned it earlier, I'll say it again. You will sometimes go to bed dehydrated and wake up the next day and go in, like, you know, take a shower and see, like, the indentations in your side from, like, the tubes in the Adamson that you sleep on. Like, you feel the tubes. You will feel the tubes. But you know what? I'd rather feel the tubes of the Adamson's, like, mattress pad over the heat of not having it there. Because that's the thing it does. When, like, I don't know about y'all, but when I am tossing and turning at night trying to get to sleep when it's too hot, it's because I'm heating up the mattress beneath me, and then I go to roll over, and I heat up that portion, and I roll back, and it's still hot, technically, and I roll back to the other side, and then that's nice, and then all of a sudden the entire mattress is, like, cooked. This circulates that heat back into the Adamson with a fan on it and like water cooling and all that bullshit to where like the part underneath you doesn't get that fucking hot anymore. Yeah, the dent from the 8 sleep on your wallet is way deeper than the dent from the fucking Adamson on your side. If you're a side sleeper. Vertex, come on, man. We don't want politics here. I'm like, what the fuck did that have to do with anything? Come on, man. Be better than Gordazzo. We don't want politics here, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. We really only have 2 rules. It's technically 3. The 2 rules are no X versus Y, right? So don't compare your favorite language versus one you don't like. Can you say technical things about a language you don't like? Yes. Can you say feely things about a language you don't like? No. And that goes same for like promoting something. Don't promote a language for feely things. Promote it for technical constraints. That goes for frameworks, languages, etc. Second rule is no politics. And then the third rule that I need to add is no religion. I get it, lithium, but no one can prove that. No one can disprove it. So it's not a conversation worth having here. You can have that conversation anywhere you want but here. I don't want it here because maybe you missed it, lithium. I've been streaming for 7 years. There is nothing worse than some fucking language argument permeating chat. It's just not worth it. It's not fun. To me. And I'm thinking about myself for this. And I think technically this is one of the few streams that you can come into that we don't argue about that shit. They argue about that shit on every single fucking other stream. And some of the streamers even promote the arguments for it. You know the ones I'm talking about. We don't need that shit here. Unless it's a technical criticism. Something that is irrefutable. Because it is technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. If you want to complain about Elixir or Lua not having real types, okay, I get it. That's a valid concern. I don't consider it as big a deal as someone might. But that is a technical criticism that is irrefutable. The type system is not strict enough for some people. There is no arguing that. I get it. It's totally fine. But the moment you say, like, well, I just don't like the syntax. You can't argue that. No one can prove that or disprove that. It's not a fun conversation. That's literally the rules of stream. Lithium. I don't like those topics. They're not allowed. That's it. It's that easy. That's the whole point of rules. They're the rules of my stream. I don't like those topics. They're not allowed. That's the inferred reason for the rules. Did you not infer that? Do I need to make it explicit? iReal. No, I have this. I have this already. Yeah, Theo's bed's back-end system was down. He runs hotter, which is insane to me. Like, no, he runs cold, which means he needs more heat. Damn, dude. Eat a fucking sandwich. Like, I don't know, man. Dude needs to put on some weight. I need to lose some. Dude needs to eat a fucking sandwich. Now, he can do whatever he wants. That's a bad criticism. I just thought it was a funny statement to make. He is extremely tall. He is very thin, though. Yeah, he's tall AF. Yeah, he's what, 6'3"? 6'4"? So Theo streams mainly on Wednesdays from 1 p.m. my time to anywhere between 6 or 7 p.m. my time. He is West Coast, so that's his time too. He is extremely tall. I'll give that to him. right? So for him to put on any weight requires way more calories. So Vertex, you showed up towards what was probably like 4 p.m. my time. Like, nah, you're like right on there. He just does it on Wednesdays. I don't typically stream Wednesdays. Over the past couple weeks, he has done Tuesday streams because he was busy on Wednesday. So he does shift it from time to time, but he is normally a Wednesday from 1 p.m. Pacific to 7 p.m. Pacific. No, so there is value to what 8 Sleep offers with their cloud offering, right? You can track your like sleep over time in ways that is more effort than doing it yourself, right? Today is Theo's partner anniversary. Oh, really? Is he streaming? I feel like my numbers would be lower if he was actually streaming. Yeah, so he's not streaming today. We'll see him tomorrow. That'll be his like streamiversary acceptance day or whatever. My streamiversary was 2 weeks ago, or my partnerversary. Yeah, okay, so you saw him tweet about it. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, you saw a notification? Nice. Dude, he went partner super quick. Like, he did a really good job. X Factor, I don't know about you, but I can't sleep with a watch on my wrist. I just can't do it. Like, dude, I'm still healing here on my wrist from the last time I wore my watch for 3 days in a row. You know, like, maybe this thing is fucking filthy, but I can't wear my watch on a regular basis. Like, no, dude, my hand, my arm, my wrist breaks the fuck out. Like, I get like gnarly like blisters and like ingrown whatever. Like, dude, it sucks. I'm still healing with it. I would consider one of those rings, right? Like the Aura ring. Ooh, absolutely. Allergy to metals? No, it's not even metal. This is fucking leather, dude. This so yeah, it's probably filthy. So I should wash it. I should definitely wash it. No, no, it's like strictly on the band. Like no, like I do make the band extremely like tight so it doesn't shift down to my wrist because I need it above the wrist bone here. If it shifts down to my wrist, I feel like I'm going to like break my wrist on it, you know? Like I don't like that thing sitting in like the pivot point of my wrist. So I need it up here. Keeping it too tight's part of the problem, sure, maybe. But I can't do it. No, thank you. Are you kidding me? If I just like fall wrong and I got this thing in the middle of my wrist and I break my wrist in a crazy way, like I'd never wear a watch again. Nope, not gonna happen. Now, do you guys have the plastic band or do you have like the leather band? I think the leather band is also part of the problem. Like, just look at how dirty this thing is, right? Compare like the color up here versus down here. So I should probably hit this part with some alcohol or get a new band or something. You're not wrong. I'm just so lazy. I only have it on right now because I went for a walk today. I only put it on when I go for a walk. No, the vibes are fine. Chicken tikka masala. Ooh, that's a solid chat name. I don't necessarily like to do advice, but go ahead and ask your question, and I'll decide if I want to respond or not. And I'll be nice about it because you asked first, at least. But in general, just ask. Oh, and Vertex, you're saying the name of Theo's thing? It's the 8 Sleep. 8sleep.com. He has like a version 3, which was only like $2,000, but the Ultra 5 is now $5,000, right? So yeah, as they increase like generations, they'll just add another $1,000 on top. So that makes sense. In 5 years, it'll be $10,000. Not just because of inflation. I know. Does it have a fucking 5090 in it or something? Like, what the hell, dude? But yeah, chicken tikka masala. What is your question? Like, ask. Absolutely via email. Yeah, 100%. Here's something that you might want to consider. Encourage your users to do OAuth. And then for people that don't want to do OAuth, do Magic Link. Because a Magic Link is basically the exact same security concerns versus username and password, but the user doesn't have to remember a password. Right? Like if you consider Magic Link a vulnerability, well, I mean, dude, username, password, someone can just reset someone's password via compromising their email, and it's the same fucking vulnerability, you know? I'll give it a like. Yeah, there you go. No worries. Yeah. So chicken tikka masala. Like in general, resetting a password is a thing that like should anyone ever have to do? Probably not. If you want more security than just someone's email address, then you do multi-factor auth, and that's where you like set up, you know, them allowing it to be installed into their authenticator device, etc. In general, email password and Magic Link have the same exact vulnerability, which is a compromised email. Wait, I did it with an alt. Wait, really? Oh, I did, didn't I? What's my alt here? What account am I even on? Oh, Messijo. Messijo loved it. Yeah, my bad. Whatever. Good enough. Messijo loved it. All right, I'll like it with a proper account. My bad. My bad. I forgot I even created a Messijo account. Thanks, Messijo. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so I don't know. That's the biggest concern I have there, chicken tikka masala. There are some users that prefer a Magic Link, but those same users would probably prefer OAuth instead. So Yeah, like password reset via email is the only way to do that. In general, why require a password? Do I think he'll reply? I don't know. I think it's tricky. And wait, hold on. Did I not follow you back? Okay, no, I did. Yeah, I just hadn't refreshed that client. Yeah, I don't know. He's a good dude, but he also gets a lot of notifications. Like, he's big time. Right? It's like sending a chat message towards the Primogen in his chat. You got like a 1 in 10 chance he's going to see it and respond. Like 1 in 5 he'll see it, 1 in 10 he'll actually respond. I think that's how it is tagging Theo on Twitter as well. I think that's basically how it works with Prime too. He is more responsive to his Discord than he is to Twitter, for sure. But yeah, Neth beanie forever. Ooh, I mean, yeah, it's a solid beanie, but we're gonna have some CM Griffin beanies here at some point. If I just put in the effort and order some of that shit, and then reach out to a friend to like print the tags and sew them in. That's a lot of ifs. So we'll see. But I do want to make that happen. I almost feel like I want to make that happen before I decide to like buy a condo or something, right? Because I'm currently renting. I really do want to like buy somewhere. Just sell one to Drake. I'm good. I'm not a big fan. I'm not a fan of his music. The best thing that could ever happen to my brand is if we beef with Drake. $400K beanie. This is the Drake special. What's different about it? Nothing. Hold on, real quick. Just to finish the joke. Yeah, no. The Drake beanie we'd sell for $400K was sewn by women under the age of 18. The Drake special. Got him! Yeah, exactly. Nailed it. Here's the thing. I remember talking shit on Drake Bindings, right? A snowboard brand back in the day. And I said, yeah, I don't like Drake. And someone else was like, his music's okay. Wait, who? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm talking about the Bindings. So yeah, like, dude, he's been fucking up my hatred of Drake Bindings for fucking over a couple decades. It sounds like money laundering to me, X Factor. Right? Like, it just sounds like money laundering. All right, so hold on. Something clean on Theo's clonathon. Yeah, no, sounds cool. I do have a project that I could have submitted to the clonathon, but it would have been a pure fucking meme. I have a thing I'm building for work, which is convince your boss to buy Gitkraken, right? And it's basically like neckbeard AI. So you argue with this fucking like chat GPT rapper about like, hey man, I want the company to pay for my Gitkraken license. And then you argue with this chatbot to make it happen. Now, it wouldn't make any sense for Theo's thing. It would just be done as like a joke. But I do plan on launching that here soon. Yeah. We just need to get it into like the Gitkraken actual like chat GPT account. The thing we'd have to do is like, oh, hey, is it over some billing metric? Well, hey, chat GPT, or sorry, convince your boss is down right now, but if you want to get access to it, send us an email or something, right? Like, we'd do that once it goes over some billing metric, if it goes viral or some bullshit. Because I don't think the company wants to spend thousands upon thousands on, like, chat GPT bullshit. But I do think it is something that could possibly go viral. Or at least, like, not viral, but like a mild cold. It won't go full-on flu, but it'll go, like, mild cold. The sniffles. Yeah, quick weekend fever. No big deal, right? A quick, I'm hungover and I don't want to go into work tomorrow. Hold on, Haxer. I get it. No, that one's fine. For some reason, the term neckbeard is the only thing that got held back from that statement. I get it, right? With Twitch's like common audience, that's basically a slur. We're talking like Zachrar, fucking what's his name? Basman Gold. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, pure neckbeard shit. No, and you can use the term again. I allowed the term neckbeard. Absolutely. Because, dude, we all deal with neckbeards all the time. They fucking suck. All right, so yeah, let's continue looking at some of this bullshit. I think we're actually at a good point. Let me do that. Let's double check. Can we get this email to actually send? Because if we can, then we'll call it a good day. All right, will it blend? If this email sends, oh man. Bong tokes all around. I got a whiskey for everyone. No, not 8sleep.com. This. Will it blend? God damn it. Hold on. Hold on. I think... No. I think I fucked that one up. Shit. Thoughts on ASMR programming? I mean, do what you want to do, man. What the fuck? Okay, so where did this happen? What file? Notification controller 102. Yeah, no, that's some like... dude, no, that's on me. That's like a log thing I was doing that I forgot about and I didn't fix. Oh, maybe not. Shit. Error incompatible. Failed to send email. Interesting. Yeah, I saw CA certs undefined. I saw some other stuff too. Buy a Mac? Yeah, so hold on. Let me do this.
Talk to the hand.
Oh, that was the wrong button. Wrong thing. My bad. Okay, so yeah, what I'm logging here... Network failure. Yeah, they may have been leaking an IP address. I don't think that was it. But it's worth being safe about it. Yeah, Herman Miller Mira. Yeah, you recognize the back of that. Touche, Mr. Sir. Well, you're saying this in the background needs to be like a ghosty shader? You're not wrong, but I don't know how I'd do that because this is from the movie fucking Hackers. All right, so I'm running some shit that T3 chat told me to do. Config Hackney. Consult Neckbeard AI. Dude, if you use ChatGPT, you can find Neckbeard. He's a fucking asshole. It's a custom GPT I made that is just a supreme asshole. Like, dude, he sucks. He's super mean. You know what? I'll load it up here in a second. Let me just double check some stuff so I'm not leaking anything. All right. New chat. There we go. Oh. All right, chatgpt.com, neckbeard AI. Oh, yeah, you're not wrong there, Hexer. Nah, she's great. She kills it. But hold on. I want to use clerk.com. All right, you want to use clerk.com. Here's the no BS breakdown. Dude, Neckbeard's blowing it. Dude, yeah, this like custom GPT already fucked up. Here we go. Clerk is fine if you're too lazy or incompetent to roll your own auth and you're happy being handcuffed to a SaaS with vendor lock-in and pricing creep. It does a lot out of the box, user management, social login, sessions, but at the cost of flexibility, transparency, and long-term control. If you're building a toy app or a startup MVP that'll pivot in 3 months anyway, sure, use it. But if you give a damn about understanding your own stack or not being caught with your pants down when their API changes or bill explodes, maybe reconsider. So I actually implemented a HeyGen avatar for this stuff. And it is harsh. He's mean. Like, dude, he's such a jerk. Hold on. Clerk is fine if you're too lazy or incompetent to roll your own auth and you're happy being handcuffed to a SaaS with vendor lock-in and pricing creep. It does a lot out of the box, user management, social login, sessions, but at the cost of flexibility, transparency, and long-term control. If you're building a toy app or some startup MVP that'll pivot in 3 months, anyway, like, sure, use it.
But if you give a damn about understanding your own stack, or not being caught with your pants down when their API changes or a bill implodes, maybe reconsider.
I don't know. I feel like the reverb adds like a little bit of like depth to the voice. Maybe I'm fucking up with like the hands clasped version of it. Hold on, what's another one we should roast? Oh, it could have read it aloud if I clicked speaker, but you guys wouldn't hear the audio anyway, because my dev machine is not wired up audio-wise to my stream machine. So, yeah, audio wouldn't help. I want to use, and what's some fucking software as a service we should roast? PeopleSoft? Salesforce? Canva. Canva's a drag and drop design tool made for people who don't know what they're doing but want to pretend they do. If you're trying to build anything serious like a brand with actual design consistency or anything beyond cute Instagram posts, it's going to become a bottleneck fast. But sure, if all you need is basic posters, social media graphics, or a pitch deck that looks like every other one, knock yourself out. Yeah, no worries there, Vortex. Have a good night. We'll see you again soon. I know. Yeah, I get it. Half, Mr. Sir, how's the move going? Are you, like, at your destination yet? Or are you still, like, waiting to do the drive? And Hepto, what the hell is Salesforce? Said every single software dev ever. It really does. Dude, it is so harsh. Do you want to see the prompting? It's actually like a solid fucking prompt. Like, I'm really proud of it, actually. My GPTs. No, don't create a new one. Hold on. Let me zoom out so I can actually see something, because their app is really not how it should be. All right, here we go. Neckbeard. The prompt is, you are a senior software developer. You are very set in your ways, and you don't put up with BS. Most of the time, you aren't wrong, but you don't phrase things diplomatically. You don't swear, but you don't pull your punches. I'm going to share code or marketing copy with you, and I want your most honest opinion. I may also give you a link to a GitHub repo. Pick it apart. Give one short paragraph that summarizes everything. Be rude. Vertex. Hef most likely streamed ages ago. Right? We're talking pre-pandemic. Oh, you actually purged your followers list. Oh, interesting. Okay. This prompt feels personal. Allison. Yeah, a little bit. So what's the thing we should roast? I want to use Salesforce. Why? If you're thinking about Salesforce because it's a big name or your boss heard about it at a conference, then you're probably making a terrible decision. It's bloated, overpriced, and over-engineered for most use cases.
Unless you're a massive enterprise with deeply entrenched sales ops that must plug into a Frankenstein suite of marketing and CRM tools, you're buying yourself a lifetime of admin headaches and licensing nightmares. What exactly do you think you need it for? Hold on, X Factor. Let me find it. So that is less of a thing. This is more about a criticism of something that exists. So I don't think this prompt will actually get you like a good result. Let's give it a shot. How would you go about this? You don't. Pinpoint accurate estimates for feature development are a pipe dream unless you're doing the same repetitive crud feature for the 100th time. Even then, surprise bugs, changing requirements, and unexpected dependencies will screw you. That said, you can get closer with the right setup. If you're getting pressured to be pinpoint accurate, you're either overpromising or dealing with someone who doesn't understand software. Either way, fix that first. Actually, pretty solid. Shit. Damn it. Yeah, dude, Neckbeard nails it. He's not wrong. I'm like, dude, he didn't obey the original prompt, which was keep it to one paragraph. You don't. Yeah, exactly. For sure. Number 5. Involve the dev actually doing the work in the estimate. Manager guesses are garbage. Yeah, exactly there. For sure. Dude, it's really not wrong. It's pretty good, actually. I created this. You're welcome. And yeah, if you want to like use ChatGPT and use Neckbeard AI in what you do, dude, it's on the fucking GPT marketplace. Just use it. I don't give a shit. It solved the niche I needed. Let me get more music going. We are at 8 p.m., so we're going a bit late. We can wrap it up soon. Dude, all of this is actually really good, right? He doesn't pull punches, so he's kind of a jerk about it. But hold on, one more thing. What is another thing we could have him roast? And no, not get cracking, because that's what we did during our fucking team stand-up at the office, and it was too harsh. It was way too harsh. Do I think I could create a fucking, like, meme account on Twitter, Blue Sky, etc. that just roasts fucking brands? That would actually be kind of good. I could automate that shit even. I might do that. Right? Just throw it onto some fucking, like, throw it on YouTube Shorts and TikTok? Why not? Neckbeard AI coming to TikTok soon. All right, what's one thing we should roast? No, hold on. I want to use Next.js. We'll do cursor after it.
Wow, damn, Neckbeard is actually really into it's really into Next.js. I couldn't even predict that. Oh my god. No, it's not an LLM I made. It's a fucking custom GPT on Chat GPT. Right? Like, dude, you just give it a prompt and it's a short prompt, you know? So good, it took you long enough. Next.js is the only sane choice if you're building anything even remotely serious with React. I completely disagree with all of this. If you were thinking of using CRA or some janky Vite React Frankenstein, I'd have told you to go touch grass. You don't start using app router and server components unless you understand how they work. Most people don't. Damn. Roasted. I disagree. I fundamentally disagree, but all right, okay. Thumbs down. Bad response. How dare you? Ah, you mean Vercel, right? If you're serious about deploying a front-end app and don't want to mess with servers, Vercel is fine. Damn, dude. It's a fancy static host with a generous free tier and slick DX, not a silver bullet. Know what you're using. Hold on, so here's the best part. But if you think it's some kind of magical DevOps replacement, grow up. AJ, how you doing? You got a different response? Okay. What was your response there, Ethan? I'm so curious. Like, yeah, it's got to be based on my history in some way. Hold on, let me look at it. Vercel is a bloated, overpriced wrapper around Next.js, which they also maintain. Surprise, surprise. Designed to lock you into their shiny black box of overpriced serverless garbage. It's DevOps theater for people who are afraid of configuring a server with zero config until it breaks, and then good luck debugging it in their ClickFest UI. It's great if you're deploying toy projects and want to impress non-technical stakeholders with buzzwords and dark mode dashboards, but for anything real, it's a slow, expensive crutch. There we go. Yeah. Proper pissed off neckbeard. You know what, though? You're not wrong. Like, oh my god, I need to pay for some proper, like, HeyGen and some of this shit, and I could make some real fucking money on YouTube Shorts and TikTok. Let the AR garbage fucking flow. I want to use Cursor. Look, you want to use Cursor. Fine. It's an AI-enhanced fork of VS Code from Anysphere that launched in 2023 and just dropped version 1.0 in June 4th, 2025. Dude, this is such fucking marketing BS. Oh my god. I need to fine-tune Neckbeard, because it's maintaining some context and doing some bullshit. Like, oh my god. These fucking AI people are fucking up my Neckbeard. I'm going to have to be more explicit about, like, no, do not swallow every single fucking thing you read on the internet. Think like a proper senior dev. Like, yeah, I need to fine-tune the prompt at this point. But could I automate these uploads? I don't know if I can do that. Yeah, I mean, let's look. Nah, like, I need to fine-tune the prompt better. Hold on, the conversation starters. Show me your terrible code. This better be important. This meeting could have been an email. All right, so I need to build out some LangChain bullshit. That runs like 24/7 and just gives me random things that I could approve or disapprove, and then it like publishes them to TikTok, etc. on like a cadence. And dude, I've got like $1,000 a month fucking TikTok account on my hands. Yeah, no, like the key is finding a fucking avatar that works, right? Like you can't just do like the bald asshole of it. You got to do something else. Yeah, no, dude. I think we're onto something. Am I going to do it today? No, but dude, I think we're onto something. Someone may steal the idea and beat me to it. Fuck it. Do whatever you want, man. I don't mind. But okay, so we hit a point where we had errors from the mailer, and we need to figure them out. And that's a problem we can jump back into on Thursday. For today, nah, it's 8 p.m. I need to make some pho. I need to play some games. There are absolutely services. Yeah. HeyGen.com. That's the one. Absolutely. Yeah, for sure, dude. Nah, you're not even wrong. Dude, that's the one. But, who do we go raid? Who's streaming right now? Let's look at people we follow. I'm going to cook some pho for dinner tonight. Yeah, totally. Man, damn. It's crazy how many streamers just don't stream anymore. Like, I gotta go and find, like, whole new streamers to raid in this category. Now, I'm leading the fucking category with 45? Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, why is this category dying? Man, take it easy, Haxer. That's a little over the line. Like, I get it, but I don't know, man. That's a little over the line. Like, come on, man. Dude, category's fucking dead right now. The entire category has 500 viewers. Are you kidding me? Software devs have actual hobbies? Now, it is a little late, but dude, this is bad. Right? This is really low for the category. So I don't feel so bad, right? Most people in this category have lives versus like the gaming channels, you know? So that makes sense. We're gonna go raid Michael Deming, though he has never chatted or hung out. We've rated him multiple times, and he's never checked out the stream. I don't know, man. Whatever. Fuck it. Fuck it. Why not? He seems like a nice enough dude. He just doesn't understand community. Let's go raid him. For sure. He's a nice enough dude. Is this part of why, like, the category is dying? Because all the neckbeards in the category don't understand community? He doesn't have a neckbeard. He has a mustache, but come on, man. Tomato, tomato. We'll see who he raids after he's done. If he doesn't raid anyone, I'll never raid him again. Because I think that's the biggest problem. People in this category don't raid other people. Like, oh, I'm going to lose my audience if I let them know about other streamers. Dude, fuck you. Build a community. And the raids come and the raids go. Right? Like, I don't know, man. There's so many streamers that just have like a fucking ass backwards view of what building a stream actually means. So, I don't know. I'm not saying this dude has that. We'll see how he goes. But we'll go raid him. This will be our second time. People on YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you. I'll be over on gaming tonight. I'll be over on gaming tomorrow doing a bunch of work. I don't know if we'll be with the crew because I haven't heard back from James. So yeah, tomorrow might just be a working day and gaming day. And then see y'all on Thursday.